Why, yes, I believe it would. Indeed. Ergo, the costume was worn the way it was, not by anyone's mistake, but because this was the way it was on the mannequin, inside out. Figures he would have a photo. Did we just fall into his trap? Yeah, I bet Blackville had it all planned out. Still, I think you should give this photo a nice long look. Please tell me you found something that doesn't add up. Check out the chest area. It kinda looks like handprints to me. Hey, you're right. But Junie would know better than to touch it while the paint was still wet.
Objection!
I believe the term to describe your thought process is wishful thinking. After all, if master painters make mistakes, why not a rank amateur such as the terms used? So basically you're saying my claim will find evidence to back it up. Evidence. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Just because I've come this far doesn't mean I thought everything through, though. What, you mean you've just been bluffing? What did you expect me to do? I'm sick of losing to this guy. But you're right, there's only one thing left to do. At this point, and that's to present some evidence. Pronto. A showdown, is it? I gladly accept. Oh, where? What? Oh, why is it over there? That's weird. Doop, doop, doop. Well, where do I? Which one is that? That one? No. Yeah, no, not that one. That one. There we go. Okay. Move this over here. Okay. I gladly accept. The fluorescent paint must have stuck to the hands of whoever touched the costume, and that paint should go in dark places. So I just need to carefully check every last piece of evidence. This piece of evidence shows who touched the costume.
Take that!
A school newspaper. Interesting. Take a look at the photo where the lights are dimmed and the spotlight is on Miss Woods. Observe Mr. Newman's hands in that photo as he stands at the prosecutor's bench. As you can see, it's glowing, just like Miss Wood's fluorescent paint. It is glowing, quite brightly I might add. But why would he put fluorescent paint on his hands for the mock trial, you may ask? The answer is he wouldn't, not on purpose. It got there when he put the costume on. I mean, that means what again? It means the figure photographed in the costume was not our client Juniper Woods. It was her classmate Robin Newman. I'm going to double check something works real quick. Okay, it's a little off. Where is it? Oh, and I also need to put that there, don't I? So it's a little better. Yeah, okay. Making sure that was working appropriately. What? To think you were actually able to prove that. Well, you never know what's going to happen next. That's the thrill of the courtroom. So then, does that mean that Robin is our man? Well, that's certainly how it looks. Very well. Robin Newman it is. He is here in the gallery, I trust. Show yourself. I challenge you to a duel. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? I'm Robin Newman. I want to become a great artist. I practice day and night. That's not it. Art's gotta be sincere, man. So, for occupation, should we put down budding artist? No. Themis Legal Academy Senior Prosecutor Course. This brace is proof of my masculinity. I've been training to be a prosecutor for 18 years. I assume you'll be cleaning up the pottery you smashed before you leave today. Oh man. It seems the witness has finally settled down. I guess nothing phases a judge after all these years. You may proceed with your testimony, Mr. Newman. Specifically, the court wishes to hear why you have fluorescent paint on your hands. I went to see Jennifer in her dressing room, but she wasn't there. When I walked by that frilly costume, I was like, whoa, the mannequin it was on is about to fall on me. I got that paint on me when I caught it. I never put it on. That's just stupid.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I recommend a short therapy session for the witness. Well, Mr. Newman does seem particularly agitated, but... No! Not again. What's his problem? I sensed it the moment Robin took the stand. The discord in his heart. So you think he might be hiding something? Probably. You ready, Mr. Newman? Let's see what the mood matrix can do for you. He had to catch the mannequin as it suddenly started to fall over. Even I can guess this one. The most natural response would have to be surprise. Apollo's right, so maybe I should try focusing on some other emotion.
Got it!
When you mentioned the stage costume, I sensed a sudden powerful feeling of joy. Would you care to explain, Mr. Newman? Well, wait, what? Well, why would a frilly scarf thing and a long skirt make me feel like that? I don't know, but you seem awfully interested in that costume for some reason. You didn't happen to put it on, did you? If you're into cross-dressing, it doesn't make you less of a man, bruh. It's okay. This is a safe space. You can feel free to come out of the closet. Well, like I would be into that kind of thing. I'm a dude and I'm into braces. You don't think Robin's actually got a thing for Juniper's outfit, do you? Oh, come on, isn't it obvious? You're enjoying this a bit too much, Athena. No way, man. The mannequin came falling toward me, so I stuck my hands to stop it. End of story. That's a new piece of information. Time to run an update. Even after that update, something just doesn't feel right here. Do I have anything that could prove his statement contradicts what really happened?
Take that!
You said the mannequin came falling towards you, so you stuck your hands out to stop it. If so, then the fingers of your hands would have been pointing outward, like this. But that's not what the handprints show. In fact, this looks more like just your thumbs and the base of your palms. Oh, why in the world would I leave such weird handprints? You know why. You left them when you went to adjust the scarf after putting it on. Just like the model in this drawing. Why don't you just admit it, Mr. Newman? You did put on the stage costume, didn't you? And you really do like Miss Wood's clothes, don't you? Fine, I admit to putting the costume on. But I don't like girly clothes, man. Yes, new information to plug in. Time for another update.
Got it!
There, another emotion that doesn't fit. So what? You're really starting to get on my nerves, man. Mr. Newman, you got excited when you put the costume on. Well, you also felt sad. Who cares if I felt sad? It's no big deal. Mr. Newman, out with it. Why did you feel sad? You're hiding something, aren't you? You're not fooling anyone anymore. Now tell us why you were sad. Okay, fine. If you're going to be that way, I'll tell you. The reason I felt sad is no matter how much I dress up, I'll never be as pretty as Juniper. Well, no offense, but his habit of shouting at the top of his lungs doesn't exactly help. That's not it. I totally owe those girly clothes. I should have been totally pretty. But there's something that keeps getting in my way. That's a whole lot of anger and raw emotion right there. His heart is crying out in pain. His emotions are out of control. out of control emotions. We saw those during the Ninetales Vale incident. So all we have to do is find the source of his uncontrollable anger, right? Right. Help me look for conflict between his statements and the images we see. If we can find that, we can wrestle him away from whatever's tormenting him. Newman said that there's something getting in the way of him being pretty, something that doesn't go with girly clothes. But what could it be? Fine, I'll testify, man.
Got it!
The source of Mr. Newman's anger is this. You're way off, way off.
Got it!
Mr. Newman, you feel a great deal of anger towards your brace, don't you? Is that what you feel is holding you back from being as pretty as you think you should be? What? Mr. Newman, the truth is you really want to take that brace off, don't you? No way, man. This is a symbol of masculinity. I could never take it off. Is it that you can't take it off, or that you don't want to take it off? I should have kept my big mouth shut. This is really weird. He exhibits intense anger toward his race, which he calls a symbol of masculinity, but he can't take it off, not even when he's trying to look pretty. What could be at the root of this complicated relationship with his race? I have a feeling we're on the verge of uncovering an earth-shattering secret. Athena, you okay? It seems Bobby is still hiding a secret, a big one, bigger than the fact that he's secretly jealous of Juniper's looks. Yes, at least I think so. No, it can't be. I just thought of something, but it's totally insane. Mr. Newman, I'm onto your little secret, and if I'm correct, it's not very little at all. It's huge. It sounds completely insane, but it's the only possibility left. Mr. Newman, or should I say, Miss Newman, you are and always have been a girl. What? Have you lost the plot, Athena? No, I'm completely serious. I don't have any direct evidence, but that's what Robin's heart is shouting out, loud and clear.
Hold it!
I still think you've totally lost it. I mean, Robin reeks of testosterone. How could he possibly be a she? I, for one, have never seen a girl who shouts like a maniac all the time. I've seen plenty of witnesses in my day, but if he's a she, then she's the most convincing actress I have ever encountered. Therefore, let me pronounce my verdict. Robin Newman is without question a man. You are now truly Justice Stoner's equal in one area. You are just as equally insane. Never in the history of this planet has there been a finer specimen of the masculine spirit. If you guys are done talking about me, I'm I'm the brace. It's Miss Sykes. No, allow me to call you Athena. I wanted to keep this a secret at all costs, but no, no way. So surely this must be some kind of jest. It's for real. I'm a girl, body and soul. If you don't believe me, I'll give you a PEEK. As if. What an amazing transformation. Well, all the discord is gone. The image is now complete. I was raised as a boy since I was little, and I studied law just as my parents wanted. But now this living lie that had been pinned to the ground, it's it's been blown to smithereens by you, Athena. Now I can stop pretending I want to be a prosecutor. I'm gonna be an artist. Order, order. What a shocking development. He really did turn out to be a she. Why is everyone looking at me like that? I feel like a movie star or something. But no paparazzi, please. I value my privacy. Okay, why? No pics or you'll regret it, man. Am I just imagining things that were Robin even more hyper now than when she was a he? I don't know. Maybe it's because she finally got her troubles off her chest. Literally. This is all well and good, but does he being a she actually change anything? The fact that the witness is actually a girl does change things, because there is now a piece of evidence that we must re-evaluate. Very well, let's see what the defense has for us now. What piece of evidence must we reconsider now that we know the witness is a girl?
Take that!
This is what I would like the court to reconsider. The tape recorder, the one that recorded the threat. You're a goner. That's right, and we have already established that it's a female voice in the recording. Of all the students who could have moved the body before the mock trial was to start, our client was the only female if you exclude Miss Scuttlebutt because of her alibi, and that is why the tape recorder made our client the prime suspect. So then, that's right, the witness just revealed that she's a girl. Therefore, if we are using the voice in this recording, as the basis for hurling accusations. This witness must be labeled a suspect too. Talk about a sudden turn of events. You've done it. You found a hole in one of the prosecution's key pieces of evidence. But that was a lot of work for a single one.
Objection!
Not so hasty now. You're forgetting that only one person here was privy to the script. Ergo, Miss Juniper Woods is still the prime suspect.
Objection!
But Miss Newman hid the fact that she was a girl, both at the crime scene and in court. I would say that puts her in camp suspicious. That's not nice, Athena. How can you accuse me of being a killer? I mean, I'm just a weak, innocent little girl. Just thinking about that murder makes me...
Objection!
Suspicious is as suspicious does. Undoubtedly, the witness does have some sort of connection to this crime. Perhaps our newfound lady is merely feigning ignorance. We can surmise that she lent support to the principal offender, Juniper Woods. By leading Miss Scuttlebutt to the body, that would make her an accessory to the crime. How can you say that? I'm not an accessory to any crime, Mr. Birdman.
Objection!
The Birdman. In any event, with the witness as an accessory, it explains quite a bit, does it not?
Objection!
He made it all make sense somehow, and he'll keep accusing Junie unless we can share with someone else who knew the script's details. But how could someone have gotten their hands on that kind of info? The only way they could have known what was in the script was if they... Sorry, Junie, but you're not going to like this. Our client may have leaked the script's details to someone. What the devil? And I know I shouldn't have, but I revised the script to favor the prosecution. But Professor Court noticed it immediately and changed it back. Miss Woods did not want Hugh O'Connor to win the mock trial. That's why I believe she leaked the details to the witness, Robin Newman. I get it. If Robin won, Hugh wouldn't be able to confess to Juniper. Right. Junie was probably trying to keep their friendship from becoming awkward. How could you, Thena? What a bunch of bull. I never heard a word about the script from Juniper. Never, ever.
Objection!
You sure? Can you look me in the eye and swear you didn't? B.A.P. Athena, you don't have any evidence. Actually, we might have just the thing. Really? Yeah, one of Robin's lines I read when we were reenacting the mock trial. Here's a shot of the crime scene. Ironically, it was Professor Court who posed as the corpse. Her forehead. How did the mock trial participants react to this photo? Mr. Newman was surprised by what Professor Court was wearing. Robin said, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." S-U-R-E. I might have said that, but so what? Well, think of it this way, Athena. Yeah. Which way exactly? If I told you that I'd be wearing a blue suit today, but then showed up wearing what I've got on now, what would you say? Oh, the red suit. I think I've got it. Your Honor, we have evidence proving that Miss Newman knew the contents of the script. The defense moves to present said evidence to the court. Very well, Miss Sykes. Present away. This evidence proves that Miss Newman had prior knowledge of the script's contents.
Take that!
The mock trial script. Miss Newman, during the mock trial, you were shown a photo of the victim's body. And reportedly, you reacted by saying, "Oh, the green sweatsuit." Oh, yes, I said that. What's your point? You seem to have some issue with the green swimsuit, and I think I know why. The proof is in the script, specifically on the things to prepare page. Sweatsuit. Victim's outfit will be a red one from the prosecutor course. You were surprised because the sweatsuit in the photo was green. But if you didn't know about the script's content, then that shouldn't have surprised you. No. I thought we were friends, Athena. How could I have been so blind? In light of her privileged knowledge, I move to declare Miss Newman a suspect, Your Honor. You what? If knowing script details makes me a suspect, then there must be others besides me. I mean, someone else could have also seen Professor Fort's note. Note? What note? The professor and Juniper were working together to prepare for the mock trial. But only one copy of the script was made to prevent it from being leaked. But that gets kind of inconvenient, right? You're not seriously going to suggest. But it's the truth. Professor Fort did do exactly what you're thinking. She didn't write down any of the proceedings or the truth behind the case, but she did write a note to herself about the props and details about the victim's PODY. Is this really true, Miss Newman? If you don't believe me, send the police over to my house. Tell them to check the pictures on my camera. I thought it might give me an advantage, so I took a picture of the note. I would say she's telling the truth. Wait a sec. If there's a note with details about the body, then that means there are others who could have made the murder look like our client's script. Yes, I believe you're right. Apparently, this case isn't as clear-cut as Prosecutor Blackquill would have us believe. This new revelation blasts a big fat hole in the prosecution's case.
Objection!
Bully for you, Missy, but don't think this spells victory. And why not? The battle is still young, and my blade is now fully drawn. Between it and my next witness, your life will be forfeit. So put away your wooden sword and show me what you're truly capable of if you wish to live. You want it? Don't worry, I'm gonna bring it. I already said I want nothing to do with this trial. Now, juvenile, it is not a matter of what you want, for you will cooperate, Hugh O'Connor. Prosecutor Blackquill, why have you called this witness? You will recall that the day before the mock trial, in short the day of the murder, the accused testified that she left her home at around 6. Yes, my notes here do confirm that fact. Right, our client wasn't at school at the estimated time of death, so she couldn't
Objection!
Yet that was but a malicious lie. Or am I mistaken, golden boy? I've no intention of saying anything more. Now if you'll excuse me. Hold. I am not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave and we just might discuss you know what? No, wait. One little statement and Mr. Cool loses it. What's that all about? I changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. Are you sure, Mr. O'Connor? The word of a genius is as good as gold. Let's get on with this. Hugh O'Connor, a senior at Themis Legal Academy, roll your course. How's that? Did just fine. Your testimony then, if you please. You're up against the top of the class now. I would be careful if I were you. I know Junie would never lie like that. That pompous schoolboy won't know what hit him. To get mentally prepared for the mock trial, I meditated at the archery range till 7. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you would like to ask? That's quite enough. Well done, golden boy. The final bell rings at 7, at which point the campus is a desolate place. Now you will recall the tape recorder. We know the time of the voice recording. It was 7:10, the day before the mock trial. That was a dark hour of this heinous crime. Do you have any proof of that? As its final bell, the school plays a special broadcast when the clock strikes 7. The female voice on the tape appears 10 minutes after that broadcast. The killer waited until the schools emptied to break her devious and deadly trap. So when the witness saw the defendant, that would have been. Indeed, it was 5 minutes after the voice was captured on tape in the art room. Ergo, we know that the accused was still in the main building even after the killing. So the time of the murder and the time of when the body was moved. Great. Another inconvenient testimony. Miss Sykes, your cross-examination, please. Okay, so
Hold it!
alright, I'll take you up on your kind offer. I expected as much, so go ahead, ask away. Please tell the court what you were doing on October 23rd, the day before the mock trial. That's an easy one. Nothing in particular. Nothing at all. You didn't help with the preparations. You don't get it, do you? I was merely playing the role assigned to me. I left the preparations and the like to others. My job was to be mentally prepared. Junie put her heart and soul into getting things ready, while he just sat on his behind. Just to reiterate, I spent most of the 23rd meditating at the archery range. I didn't talk to anyone until the school closed at 7. I suppose a few archery club members did come and go while I was there. But you didn't talk to anyone, not a single soul. That's right, I didn't say a word to anyone until the final bell at 7. I see. This is crucial information. Please add it to your testimony. I don't know if you're bluffing, but if you are, you have a pretty good poker face.
Objection!
So you didn't talk to anybody on October 23rd. Are you sure about that? I already told you, my word is as good as gold. Okay, then how do you explain this? And don't spare any details. Sorry, never seen that before. This is the victim's planner. She recorded all of her plans in great detail. Take a look at this page here. It reads 23rd, meet with Hugh, and important. Don't you find that interesting? What? Where did you get that? The key word here is important. You say you were at the archery range all day. But you also said a few students came and went while you were there. That doesn't sound like a great place for an important talk. But the entire campus was buzzing with activity before the mock trial. Where could they have possibly had a private conversation? I thought about that too, but the situation changes after the last bell. What's this now? The witness stayed after the last bell in order to have a private talk with the victim. Am I right, Mr. O'Connor?
Objection!
This is insane. Must we go through this yet again? I suppose you also have no evidence as usual. No, I don't have any direct evidence. However, the witness was meditating until after the last spell, and he attempted to conceal his private meeting with the victim. First Robin, now me. Who are you going to accuse next? They're just another unscrupulous attorney looking to get ahead. Don't let him get to you. He's definitely hiding something. I mean, he was supposed to meet with the victim around her estimated time of death. I had my suspicions about Robin, but Hugh seems just as guilty. These three are the only possible suspects after all. Mr. O'Connor, answer me this. Did you meet with Professor Court that day? Sorry, Mr. Jailbird Prosecutor. I don't mean to steal your thunder, but I've got something to say. If it will save me some trouble, then by all means speak away. If you would recall, Miss Sykes, the voice on the tape recorder was female. Knowing that, I would like you to explain how it could possibly be a suspect. He has a point. Impressive, Golden Boy here does shine gold indeed. Care to take the reins? You're more than capable of prosecuting this case. Sorry, but I'm studying to be a lawyer. What a pity to think such a genius is to be wasted on mere lawyering. At last your moment is here, Sykes Stoner. time to refute Golden Boy's statement and prove that you're the young prodigy worthy of a badge on your lapel. Could he lay any more pressure on? The voice is unmistakably female, so there's no point in arguing about that. Yeah, you're right. In which case, to whom does the voice on the tape really belong? The voice on the tape belongs to the victim. That's the only thing that makes sense.
Objection!
Are you mad? The voice on the recording says you're a goner. That is something a murderer shouts at their victim, not the other way around. Yeah, that is a problem. You're a goner. You're a goner. You're a goner. Athena, you're a goner. You a goner. Hugh a corner. Hugh O'Connor. Wait a second. Whoa, Athena, you're scaring me here. You're scared. I'm terrified for even coming up with this. With what? Prosecutor Blackquill, you wanted to know if I am worthy of my badge. Well, I'm about to show you why. Despite my age, I can wear it with pride. Oh, then can I take it you won't be changing your argument? Still, it stands that it's a bit odd for the victim to be the one yelling, "You're a goner." I agree if that's what the victim is saying, but it's not. I assume you have something to back up your assertion, Miss Sykes. Not exactly, but you don't have to add fuel to his fire, Your Honor. If it is indeed Professor Quart's voice on the tape, then she was shouting because she was... I would like to call one basic fact into question. Is that shout on the tape really saying you're a goner? What are you saying? What are you up to now, Athena? Professor Quartplaner says she was supposed to meet with a witness for an important talk. Perhaps our witness, despite being a genius, had done something wrong. And this made Professor Quart get angry with him during their private meeting. I don't see how this changes what we heard on the tape. Well, if you want to see how it changes things, then let's try a little experiment. Your Honor, I want you to yell at the witness as if you're mad at him. But, and this is important, use his full name. Okay, let's see. Hugh O'Connor. What did I do to deserve that? Yes, like that. Now try again, but faster. Hugh O'Connor. Hugh A. Connor. Hugh A. Connor. You A. Connor? Oh, wait a second. No, this can't be.
Objection!
You think I would spend the energy to lead you this far if it wasn't true. But it is, Your Honor. Humans are not perfect. That's a scientific fact. We sometimes mistake shadows for monsters, or the wind for voices. Now that you mention it, you can do this, Athena. Just give the old guy one more little push. The sound on the tape recorder never was the phrase, "You're a goner." That's only what we thought we heard when in fact it was the witness giving yell that. The court will note that this is different from the selective hearing men are so good at. I think you're right, but what was that last part again? Never mind. The important thing is that the voice that was recorded isn't our client's. And since it was the victim scolding the witness, he must now join the list of suspects.
Objection!
I had thought that testimony would suffice, but it seems it has come to this. I will not allow such fallacious quibbles to upend this case. The prosecution has one final piece of evidence to present to the court. Evidence? What's he going to pull out now? Feast your eyes on this photo and let me see that instrument vanish from within them. Let's see here. Oh, it's a picture of the defendant and the victim. The photograph shows professor and student preparing for the mock trial together. Wait, was this taken in the art room? The room where the murder occurred? Indeed it was, but the revelations do not end there. Do you see the clock on the wall? It reads 7:05, a mere 5 minutes before the voice was recorded on the tape. The accused brutally stabbed the victim to death 5 minutes after this photo was taken. It seems the defendant's culpability in this crime is quite obvious. Junie was with Professor Court just 5 minutes before she was murdered. What now? Nothing I say can change that fact. Understand now? You can believe in your client all you wish, but try as you might. Such misplaced faith will inevitably be cut down before the cruel, steely blade of truth. Listen, Missy, the person you would like to save more than anyone else in the world, I would be willing to wager that your defense isn't what they desire. But, I became a lawyer so I could. You still fail to understand. After so much pain and defeat, the courts are not the play yards of little children dressed as lawyers. So before you break your back in failure, run along home and grow up. If he thinks I'm giving up now, he's got another thing coming. I have to find my inner strength if I ever hope to save him, but I can't think of any way to strike back. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. That's impossible. How could I smile under these circumstances, even if I forced it? This is badder than bad. Who knew Black Bill had that one waiting in the wings? Why did that twisted samurai just present it at the beginning? Wait, maybe this was his real plan. Was he just trying to show me how weak and powerless I am? Maybe he's right, because I really haven't got a clue. Who's the real killer? Who murdered Professor Constance Court? Robin Newman, a girl who had been forced to live a lie as a guy? Or was it Hugh O'Connor, the honor student who had met with Professor Court? There seems to be little reason to debate the defendant's guilt any longer. The time for a verdict has come. That's not going to happen, man. What's the meaning of this? You can't interrupt the judge about to hand down a... Maybe, but false verdicts are A-N-O-N-O. What? Miss Newman, please explain yourself. Juniper's not the killer. I know because I know who the real killer is. You do? You know who the real killer is. What is she up to now? I know because the real killer is me. It was me. I did it alone. Just me. I don't get it. Why is she confessing? Miss Newman was witness near the stage. There's even a related photo of her. The more I think about it, the more suspicious she seems. Robin Newman isn't the kind of guy who pins the blame on friends, just so he can walk freely. Get it over with. Declare me guilty already. Please, wait. Juniper, oh, what are you doing? Thank you for all you've done, Thena. but you'll have to forgive me. I can't let my friends take the blame any longer. Junie, no! Don't do it. Hugh and Robin have done nothing wrong. They have absolutely no connection to this case. The real killer is me. I alone am responsible for the entire crime.
Objection!
Junie, you know that's not true. Hurry up and retract your statement. I'm afraid it is true. Forgive me, Fina. Order, order. Will somebody please explain what's going on here? I see right through your cheek, Roy. School rules state that prior conviction terminates one's eligibility to graduate. A guilty verdict here would make whatever claims one had go up in a puff of smoke. I wasn't aware. Even meek little mice will fight the corner. A pitiful spectacle, I might add. These vermin are trying to protect each other now that they've nowhere else to run. Protect each other? Wait. So was Robbie just trying to protect Junie too? If so, then the real killer is... This whole thing's a joke. Now it's Hugh's turn. Well, what? What is wrong with kids these days? I know it just crossed your mind, Miss Sykes. You think I'm the killer, don't you? Wow, he really is a genius. He even knows what you're thinking. I think it's about time I told you the truth, and I'll even get right to the point. It was me. I did it. Wait. Now both potential suspects are claiming to be the real killer. I am so confused right now. If you still have doubts, how about I detail my murder plot? It's absolutely genius. Enough of this nonsense. This is a court of law, not the set of some high school drama. I see. I have no choice. I'm afraid I'll have to... Wait, your baldness. I'm sorry, Prosecutor Blackville, but I'm in no position to hand down a verdict just yet. I am hoping that the defense and prosecution can come up with some airtight evidence. That is why I'm giving you both the rest of the day to continue investigating this case. Pinch me, I think I'm dreaming. Fine, do as you wish. That brings today's proceedings to a close. Court is adjourned. Sorry, boss. I couldn't do it. You know, that little bit of advice you gave me? The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I don't know exactly what you meant, but there was no way I could force a smile in that courtroom today. I'm just glad you remembered that. But now, how about relaxing a little? Relax. Not gonna happen. Junie. She asked me to defend her because she believes in me. But I felt completely helpless. If it weren't for their confessions, I would. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends in the same way as the mock trial, would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? No, I can't lose it all. Not now. You okay, Athena? You're turning kind of pale. I can't just stand around here. I'm going to finish the investigation. Can't it wait? I just took a batch of freshly baked cookies out of my magic panties. Thanks, but I better get going. Save me one for when I get back. Apollo, you wait here. I need to see Junie at the detention center first right away. No, wait. I'm going with you. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I had better go too. No problem. You two be careful. There's so much I need to ask Junie. What happened in court today? Where we go from here? Well now, fancy meeting you here. Professor Means, what brings you here? I asked him to come. He arrived just a little before you. I wanted to ask him something, but first, Athena. I want to apologize for my sudden confession after you worked so hard to defend me. She was calling me Athena until just now. No, I should be the one apologizing. The whole thing spiraled out of my control. Athena, don't worry. I'll really bring it tomorrow. I'll find something to prove your innocence. About that, Athena, I've been thinking of asking Professor Means to defend me. I myself only just heard of this a moment ago. So she thinks Professor Means would be... No, I can't let this happen, not with the way he wants to do things. Junie, I know, Athena, but will you please hear me out? Athena, do you really think Hugh or Robin could have committed this crime? The body was moved right before the mock trial. Besides Junie, they're the only ones who could move freely around the campus at that time. I'm sorry, Junie, but at this point I can't rule them out. I was afraid you would say that. Juniper is seeking a lawyer who can clear all three of their names. Only I am capable of such a feat. But how can we possibly prove that all three of them are innocent? I am a result-oriented person. Come tomorrow, I won't fail to have the perfect piece of evidence ready. For the end really does justify the means, especially for me, Professor Aristotle Means. I really don't like the sound of that. I'm sorry, but just as you believe I'm innocent, I believe that my friends are innocent too. Alright, if that's how you really feel, we'll respect your decision. Apollo, but we want to continue our investigation. Could we ask you some more questions? Sure, I don't mind. Professor Means, would you like to stay and join our conversation? Yes, of course. I am your lawyer after all. There's that smile again. Why does it always creep me out? About your confession, Junie, it's not true, is it? What you just said, what you did, because Robin had confessed on the stand, didn't you? Yes, I wasn't thinking straight. All I knew was I had to help my friend. You mean because of that school rule? The one that says you can't graduate if you are convicted of a crime? No, I didn't do it because of some rule. I did it because she's my friend. Why is there discord in her voice again? Could it really be that the friendship between the three of them is on the rocks? There's more here than meets the eye. When did you three first become friends? Well, even though we were in different courses, we really bonded from the first day at school. We vowed to work together to bring an end to the dark age of the law. That was when our proof of friendship came about. There's that proof of friendship thing again. I just wish this were as simple as that. We even have proof of our friendship. As long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. But the situation kind of changed recently when the school's policy shifted to training legal professionals who produce results. Allow me to explain. In the lawyer course I teach, producing results means winning trials. Professor Court, on the other hand, taught that finding the truth was the only valid result. Unfortunately, that clash of ideas created a rift among our students. At some point, we stopped talking about it. While that meant fewer arguments, it also meant we couldn't be as frank and open with each other as we used to
Stream
be.
Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
I think I understand now. By putting their friendship on a pedestal, they actually did more harm than good. It seems the relationship between the three of them isn't as simple as I thought. Juniper, thank you for talking to us about this difficult subject. Yeah, thanks, Junie. Now, if you could tell us about the day of the murder. Junie, you told us yesterday that you went home a little after 6. Was that a lie? I'm sorry I didn't tell you this before, but what actually happened was I left the art room a little after 6 and headed over to my dressing room where I worked on my stage costume until 7. That's it. You didn't go anywhere else? No, nowhere else. If that really were it, then there would be no reason to lie in the first place. She's gotta be hiding something else. Junie, do you remember this picture? Yes, but something's wrong here. Wrong? What's wrong? I took this picture at around 6, which was before I had left the art room. But the clock here says it's just after 7. By 7 I would already been working in my dressing room for some time, so there's definitely something wrong with the time in this picture. I guess we had better go check the art room. Okay, just one last question about the day of the murder. On the evening before the mock trial, the evening of the murder, you ran into Hugh. Yes, I did. At around 7:15, I went to the main building before going home. That's when I saw Juniper. We didn't say as much as we passed by each other. She seemed her usual self. That's it. Anything else you would like to ask? She suddenly went silent. She always was terrible at hiding things. Was she trying to keep their meeting a secret by lying about going home at 6? All right, I won't press the matter any further. Is there anything else you noticed on the night of the murder? Well, I don't know if this will help, but that evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I had forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I would say maybe around 8:30. Around 8:30. That's over an hour after when the crime supposedly took place. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large, and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. It made me happy to think that after all that hard work, they were finally finished. Right, the statues that Robin made, so they were covered in white sheets. Jejuni, are you okay? Sorry, I'm a little tired, that's all. Athena, I think this meeting is over. Professor Means. I will use any means possible to get the result I want in Juniper's case, but it will require considerable preparation, so I must be off.
Hold it!
Junie and Professor Means, I have a proposal. A proposal? Wait, this is another one of your crazy by sundown today. Yes, I, Athena Sykes, along with Apollo Justice. Oh, wait a second. Don't drag my name into we're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. And we're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. I see. So it has come to this, has it? If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Then you shouldn't need anyone else to defend you except me. Have you? We got a deal. I trust that's okay with you too, Professor Means. I have no objections, as long as Juniper is satisfied with this arrangement. Okay, but only if it's the real truth. I'm sorry to put you through this, Athena, but thank you. I've been thinking only of myself this whole time. Junie, it's way too early to thank me, but you can thank me all you want once I get to the bottom of this. Very well. I'll see you back here at sundown. Sorry for all the trouble, Professor. It's just she's new to the agency, so... Don't be silly. I find it all rather thrilling. Now let us meet here again later. If you'll excuse me, I had better go. Okay, see you later. Okay, I guess we gotta find proof now. But if this trial proceeds in the same manner, and ends in the same way as the mock trial, we do not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain. This is no time to be thinking about that. I've got an investigation to do. I will find the truth by sundown, no matter what. Only the 3 mock trial participants could have moved the body before it started. That's why the killer must be Robin, Hugh, or Juniper. Right, and that means at least one of them is lying. To make matters worse, I have a feeling each of them is hiding some sort of secret. We'll have to bring it all to light. I'm not looking forward to it, but it has to be done. Today's trial focused on the day of the crime and the actions of those involved. Yeah, like when the voice was recorded and who went to the art room and when. If we analyze the info we have, we should be able to ID the killer. There's no lead in these legs. I've been training for a day like this. Okay, on my mark, ready, set. No running for me. I'm done trying to keep up with you. Is it my imagination, or did something just move? Afternoon, you two. Prosecutor Gavin, what are you doing here? Don't you think sneaking onto school campus like this is just slightly suspicious? I'll have you know I'm continuing my investigation in the strictest of confidence. I don't want to be caught napping again at tomorrow's trial, and that means a thorough investigation today. Think you can lend us a hand? I'm not one to refuse a damsel in distress, though you needn't have asked, Fraulein. I had intended to help from the start. You're the best, Prosecutor Gavin. Okay, time for a thorough investigation. I bet we missed a lot of stuff yesterday. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right, but I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop of the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. We also had some tricks up our sleeve to make the concert really rock. Pyrotechnics, a fog machine, big banners, things like that. It would have looked like this. Oh, the plans from yesterday. What's that design on the banner there in the back? I know the scales are the school emblem, but what's with the number 6? It looks like it's in serious pain or something. Athena, Ixnay on the Ixay. That's the Diviner's logo, Fraulein. Nice piglet in her forehead, really smooth. I meant it looks like the number 6 rocking seriously hard. 9, Fraulein. It's a G for Gewinners, not a 6. Whoever floats your pretty boat. So where is the banner? I don't see it anywhere on stage. It was an important part of the show, but the school managed to misplace it somehow. It's a pity. We had it specially made with heavyweight, high-grade cloth. A missing banner and 2 broken statues. There are mysteries aplenty to be solved, yeah? Come to think of it, one of the broken statues was a Prosecutor Gavin. As you can see here in the stage plans, right here we have the statue of me, and right here her right statue. But little does that matter now as we both lie pieces thanks to you. Her forehead. What did I ever do to you? Actually, the statue broke into rather large pieces. Why don't we try to put it back together? Maybe we'll learn something new. Picking up the pieces of a shattered rock star. Actually, that's one uber cool idea. There might even be a song in there somewhere. Let's do this now. Is this an investigation or am I interrupting a German language club social event? Wow, the school festival goes way back. Look, the text on the sign isn't written, it's embroidered. And there's a warning in even smaller embroidery. Embroidered sign lovingly crafted by the Handicrafts Club. Keep dry. But the sign is outside. What happens if it rains? I dunno. This is fine for a rock concert, but the nighttime sky is a backdrop for a courtroom? Personally, I think it's breathtaking. I mean, speaking the truth under a starry sky. Don't you think it's romantic, Fraulein? And the waning crescent moon represents the maximum 3-day trial cycle. 3-day trials outdoors? No thanks. If it starts raining, my hair will be ruined. Wait, you don't think this weird box here is... Hands off. I knew it. I would know that voice anywhere. Let's just ignore it. I mean, it made its wishes loud and clear. So, this is the future of cardboard box technology has afforded us. The winner of the mock trials should take the training seminar right here. Jimmy, Hugh, or Robin. Besides Jimmy, they're the only ones who can move freely around the campus. Before the mock trial, that means one of them must be the killer. But that's not really enough to go on, is it? We need to talk with Juniper one more time and persuade her to give us a name. That means we have to find irrefutable evidence before the day ends. There's no time to lose. We can't rush it either. Efficiency is the key. It's a bit too far away to get a good look. Maybe we should try a different angle. They built a witness stand too, even though it's just a temporary stage. I think they're still working on it. Let's see what this notice says. Caution. Pedestal features a high-speed rotation mode. Activate with care. You mean this thing spins? There's even a prosecutor's bench here on the stage. The memories, Fraulein. As a former rock star, a prosecutor, the prosecutor's bench has taught me much about human emotions, passion, fight. I can picture it now. You with your silvery singing voice, Apollo sweating bullets. How about picturing me winning once in a while? I think that's everything we can view from this angle. Let's switch angles. The body's gone. All that's left is a white outline. I never knew Professor Fort personally. Seeing her reduced to a white outline leaves me cold inside. In a way, she still lives on in the messages she left behind. Like the strange way her body was posed, the signs of her wrists being bound. You're right. Let's use her final messages to catch her and kill her. Well, that's interesting the way we switched angles again. Look, there's your rival over there, Apollo. Who, Prosecutor Gavin? We've battled it out a few times before. I wouldn't call him. No, not him. I meant that speaker over there. It can output massive blasts of sound that rival your chores of steel. I have better things to do than compete with a speaker, so just forget it. Found one. A piece of Prosecutor Gavin's shattered pride. Are you saying my pride is as fragile as plaster of Paris? It looks like there are other large pieces scattered about. Let's find what we can. Found another piece of the statue. There should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. I like the view. The judge can look down on everything from up here. Not bad for a temporary stage. Is that so, Mr. Justice? Your judge act from the mock trial? I don't know why. It kind of creeps me out. Wrong answer again, Mr. Justice. A penalty for our mock lawyer. That is not funny. Prosecutor Gavin, you are a complete wreck. Literally. Why in the world would someone do something like this? I don't know. Whoever did it must have felt an amazing sense of release. Can I take that as a confession, her forehead? What? No. I feel bad for Robin. She worked so hard on these. Let's pick up the pieces for her. You've got it. Let's check every corner of the stage then. Found another piece of the statue. There should still be some more. Let's leave no stone unturned. Found another piece of the statue. There should still be some more. It's a copy of the school kid wrote that story about the alleged love triangle. I wonder if people really waste their time reading this stuff. It's more popular than you think. Oh, what was that? I thought I heard something just now. You're just hearing things. It was nothing more than your ears playing tricks on you. The other statue Robin made, it's been smashed to bits. If there were some larger pieces, we might be able to put this one back together too. All I see are itty-bitty ones. I wonder what Mr. Wright would think if he knew we put Prosecutor Gavin's statue back together, left his like this. We could always come back to it after the case is solved. I'll help you fix it. This looks like another piece. Thanks, Apollo. This makes 5 pieces in all. I think we have all we're going to find. Let's get back to where Prosecutor Gavin was shattered. I think you might want to reword that. I don't see any other big pieces lying around. Let's see if we can put the statue back together. Alright, Apollo, you come over here. Prosecutor Gavin, if you could hold this. I actually put it back together. Okay. We did it. Not bad if I do say so myself. Don't you think it's strange? They put the statue back together, but look. What's with all these leftover white pieces? These look like they go together. This one too. Athena, what do you think you're doing? Don't stop me now. The artist inside me wants to get out and have a good time. There was another statue there. What is it? It's the goddess of law holding a pair of scales in one hand and a sword in the other. That's quite the feat you pulled off there, Fraulein. I love that feeling you get after you work really hard on something. No, no, no. I knew who it was. I meant to ask what it's doing here. Not sure. There's no statue like this in the stage plans. Still, I could swear I've seen the statue somewhere before. The more we learn, the deeper the rabbit hole goes. At least we're moving in the right direction. Let's keep searching the stage for clues. I've been wondering about something this whole time. You know that pole at the edge of the stage? You mean this? It has a wire that goes off, connects to something somewhere. An impressive building fit for an impressive school. These beautiful walls are like a big blank canvas. See, my shoe prints leave really distinct marks. Cut that out before you get us in trouble. This wire is for hanging banners over the stage. One of the policemen who was here earlier was checking how it worked. So that's why the banner looks like it's out of place. The banners are hung and removed from the art room over there. That's the art room over there, as in the scene of the crime. Bingo, Fraulein. It's still crawling with cops, though. Anyone in the art room? It's you people. In justice we trust. It's Detective Fulbright. In justice we trust. Is that some kind of a greeting between you two? Detective Fulbright, can you lower that banner from there? Of course, just leave it to me. How's that? Thanks, Detective. In justice we trust. Always glad to help. In justice we trust. So, is that some kind of greeting between you two or not? Looks like the banner's down now. Let's go take a look. Look what I made. Not bad. You're like a recording artist who samples other people's work, calls it their own. You know what they say, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. In any case, we have a statue smasher in addition to a killer to catch now. I suspect they might be one the same. Look at this banner. I don't think it would flap very well in the wind. An unflappable banner. I like that. It goes perfect with unflappable lawyers, unflappable rockers. It's like it was made for this very stage. Look at this. The bottom part is all knotted up. Let me try and unravel it. Did you really have to? You don't come across an unflappable banner every day. Athena, there are some things that have to yield to forces beyond themselves. What a cruel world we live in. A scrap of paper was caught up inside. It's flowing away. I got it. Great catch. October Hue 120. Looks like some kind of note. What does it say? What's that supposed to mean? A test score, maybe? Pretty impressive when you consider that 100 is a perfect score. I don't see how even Hugh can get beyond perfect. Fraulein, shall we inspect the banner again, now that it has been unraveled? This is the emblem that's on Junie's school uniform. You're right. Wait a sec. It's hard to see against the red material, but look, there's a dark red stain here, just under the emblem. This banner was on a wire connected to the art room. Right, the art room is where the murder occurred. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? The stain might be from the victim's blood. And that banner is how they carried the body down to the stage. This statue doesn't look anything like you or Mr. Right. The goddess bearing scales, a sword. She's a symbol of fairness, strength. Her symbols were shattered along with the statues of you, Mr. Right. This is a direct challenge to the rule of law. Well, if they want a fight, they've got one. Take it down a notch, Tiger. Let's save the fighting for when we find our culprit. That was a whole lot of poking around in such a short time. Does that mean you're satisfied? Actually, there was one more thing I wanted to check out. See that metal fence back there? There's just that one segment, so it seems out of place. It looks like they were in the process of removing them after the stage was set up. They were never able to finish on account of the murder. We should take a look if you think it could be important. This track looks man-made. You're right. It looks like it starts from behind the backdrop. Maybe a big muddy pro wrestler was hiding back there. Well, that was totally random. We'll never know until we take a look. Looks like something was being dragged through here. This is where it started. Whatever it was, it's long gone. Must have been pretty heavy. Perhaps it was used in setting up the school festival. And I guess it wasn't a pro wrestler. Still, this could be something important. That's about it for the stage. I think we had better search the art room next. I think I'll hang around here for a while. Make sure to tell me once you find it. Find what? What else? The Governor's banner that disappeared from the stage. You never know. It just might be connected to the case at hand. Really? Does he just want his banner back? Don't tell me. In short, that's... That box, it just took off running. I have a pretty good idea who that is, as I suspect you do too. Come on, we can't afford to have any weird articles written about us. The maintenance area is over in that direction, after that box. Box that box's head in. Miriam, you're liable to get tossed in the garbage truck if you hang around here. I'm just an empty box, and that's what you do with them. You throw them away. Hey, did you change boxes? I like the new look. What does it matter anymore? I was a complete failure in court today. My work, my pride, my dreams, everything I worked so hard for, gone. Sorry, Miss Scuttlebutt, but doesn't believing you had a dispute when you really didn't make you a failure as a reporter. A failure as a reporter. Come to think of it, calling her a failure as a reporter might have been a bit extreme. Scold me, despise me, pack me away where I'll never see the light of day. I've been cast aside to waste away into a big pile of mushy paper mache. I kind of feel responsible for this. Now's our chance to prod her for information while she's vulnerable. I bet that's what you were just thinking. What kind of person do you think I am? He read me like a book. That was you on the stage earlier, wasn't it? Why did you run off like that? Take a look at this. Why are you showing me a burnt up old rag? Wait, it's really hard to see. I think that's the Governor's logo there. Is this the banner that disappeared? It's all burned up. Don't look at me, I just happened to find it in the incinerator. Incinerator? Did Black Pill actually make good on his threat to burn her box? We should probably try to find out whether someone tried to destroy this on purpose. This banner is sounding less and less unrelated to our case, Autumn. Miriam, I owe you an apology. I shouldn't have said you were a failure as a reporter. Too late. I already decided journalism isn't for me. The last step is to erase all the photos on my PC. I'm really going to do it. Here goes. 5%, 10%. 4 years of my life down the drain. Shouldn't we stop her, Athena? Miriam, you should keep publishing your paper. I didn't mean what I said, okay? You didn't mean it? No, my photos. Stop. Cancel. Abort. Did you stop it in time? Deletion progress. 99% complete. There are only 2 pictures left. What are you going to do now, Athena? You owe it to her to make this right. I know. But don't worry, Miriam. Your photos may be gone, but the memory of your photographic genius will live on forever in all of our hearts. Athena, that was cringe-worthy. Miriam, check this out. You took some amazing photos of the 3 of them. I'm sure they really appreciated it. Obviously, I'm the ace member of the newspaper club, the only member in fact. I know this will make up for the photos you lost. Here are your newspapers back. Famous Herald and Famous Herald Extra returned to Miriam. There's no rest for the wicked. I plan on pursuing those 3 for as long as I live. Miriam, why are you so obsessed with Hugh and Robin? Obsessed? I'm not obsessed with them. It's just they were so close ever since their freshman year. Well, Athena, are you thinking what I'm thinking? I think that's the only explanation. Oh, wait a second. You're not thinking what I think you're thinking.
Objection!
That's exactly what he's thinking, Miriam. You want in on their little trio. You just want a friend. How could you possibly know that? That's one abused laptop. My laptop won't turn on. Never thought my life would end so soon. A mere 17 years. Now I really feel bad. I know. Miriam, we have a laptop at the office. We would be happy to lend it to you. Do you have a laptop I could use? Sure, but on one condition. I want you to ask Junie, Hugh, Robin if you could hang out with them. What? Like I could ever do that? Sorry, that's the deal if you want to borrow our laptop. You scare me sometimes, Athena. You're like a good cop, bad cop all rolled into one. Fine, I'll do it if that's all you want. I'll be by later to bring you the laptop. Oh wait, it's not like I owe you anything, but here. The thanks. Oh, it's a set of pictures. Looks like they're setting up the stage. I took them when they were putting the stage's backdrop into place. You sure have an eye for photography, from what I can make out anyway. These are the last two photos that didn't get deleted. They're all yours. Well, see you around, scary lawyer lady. That was really impressive, Athena. What's next? I would like to talk to Hugh, Robin, if possible. Let's walk around, see if we can find them. Why are you carrying around a soupy mess of fabric? About that, this is kinda hard to say. This is the banner you've been looking for. It was found in the incinerator. What? This ash and cinder? That's all that's left? Somehow I don't think this was a random act of vandalism. It no doubt bears some relation to the case at hand. In short, this is a challenge directed at me and Governor's plans everywhere. Mark my words, Fraulein, I will find the perpetrator behind this crime. Great, thanks. Does he mean whoever burned the flag? Or the professor's killer? I'll just cross my fingers that they're one and the same. I just thought we should make sure he knew about the flag. Alright, hallway. Sounds good. That's Hugh over there. Hugh, we wanted a word with you if you don't mind. If it was Mr. Right, then sure. You two? Meh. I knew it. There's a hint of discord in Hugh's voice. You're not getting off that easily. After all, you're a possible suspect, plus you actually confessed in court. Whatever. So, what do you want from me? But make it brief. I don't have a lot of time, and I assume you don't either. About your confession today, you weren't serious about that, were you? Let's just say I had no choice thanks to a certain lawyer who failed to get the job done. So you're really prepared to take the blame for this. Not gonna happen. The voice on the tape is female, so that rules me out. Let's put it this way. You don't actually believe that ridiculous play on words, do you? Well, my confession is just like that. A means to an end. Or as we say around here, the end justifies the means. I actually do believe the voice is shouting Hugh O'Connor. Juniper's confession was quite advantageous for the real killer. If Rob and I were actually the killer, we wouldn't have confessed. It's that simple. Even you should be capable of such reasoning, or have I overestimated you? You'll make a great lawyer someday. I mean, you seem to enjoy getting under people's skin. Could Hugh and Robin's confessions really prove their innocence instead of their guilt? This is going to take some serious thinking on my part. It sure looks like Prosecutor Blackwell was twisting your arm to testify earlier today. Is there some sort of secret he's using against you? I've no intention of saying anything more. Now, if you'll excuse me. Oh, I am not through with you yet. It seems the rogue prosecutor has it out for me. Leave, and we just might discuss you know what. No, wait. One fatal statement and Mr. Cool loses it. What's that all about? I've changed my mind. I'll stay and testify. You really are a rank amateur. Even if that were true, you think I would open up to you. He's not denying it. A secret might be causing the discord in his voice. Then again, you have the same problem with Julie and Robin. You're just wasting your time and mine. Next question. About that meeting with Professor Court on the 23rd. Why did she want to see you? I've no intention of telling you. You'll have to force it out of me any way you can. Professor Means strikes again. Then again, Hugh is in the lawyer force. But didn't Professor Court used to say that the only good result is the truth? So why don't you drop this whole charade and just tell me the truth? The truth? How can you be so sure it will help you solve this case? The truth isn't necessarily your friend, nor Juniper's for that matter. No, you're wrong. I don't care what anyone says. I'm going to defend Junie the right way, using the truth. That's the only way to honor Junie's wishes and Professor Court's memory. I see. Very well, Miss Sykes. I'll testify tomorrow about that truth you're so interested in. Phew. But don't look to me if something happens to Juniper because of it. Understand? Well, what's that supposed to mean? What a terrible thing to say. I thought you guys were friends. Yes, we were. Until just recently, actually. Were. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Just as I have my secrets, she has a side you've never seen. Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. What are you saying? This conversation is over. I said I don't have a lot of time, and I meant it. Phew, wait. He's gone. He doesn't care about her anymore. Why would he say that? That didn't go so well. I guess we'll just have to pin our hopes on his testimony tomorrow. Athena, what do you say we head over to the art room? Might be a nice change of pace. Hopefully the police have completed their investigation. Alright, we don't really have much time left anyway. Why, if it isn't my little lawyer friends again. Thanks again for lowering that school banner for us earlier. Don't mention it. Helping those in need is what my brand of justice is all about. Right. So this art room was where the murder actually occurred. That's right. You can't see it with the naked eye, but there's blood on the floor. That area roped off in the middle of the room marks the spot. The police investigation is done, so if you want to look around, knock yourselves out. Find anything new, Detective Fulbright? Good question. Unfortunately, the answer is nothing much yet. He sure is confident for having found nothing. But if we're talking outside of the art room, there has been a major breakthrough. Oh dear, unless I find out what that is, I don't know what I shall do. No need for the theatrics. I was told I could fill you in on this one. Wow, you saw right through me, Detective. I'm impressed. Looking to get arrested for murder via unwarranted flattery, are we? So, what's the major breakthrough you mentioned? You want to know? You really want to know? You really? Come on, just tell us already. You're no fun. Anywho, we got the results of the voice print analysis back. Voice print? You mean for the tape recorder? Exactly. The voice belongs to the suspect Miss Woods beyond a shadow of a doubt. See right here, they analyzed the voice on the tape inside and out. And you thought the voice on the tape was saying Hugh O'Connor. Thanks for the good laugh, Miss Sykes. He's the last person I want laughing at me. So now there's evidence of Juniper shouting, "You're a goner," around the time of theft. If we were to take this as truth, how are we supposed to make sense of it? I don't know. I can't think of any reason why Julie would shout that in the first place. Okay, time to examine the art room. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. Oh, it has the artist's name right here. C. Court. Wow, Professor Court must have painted this. So is this what they consider art? I really don't get it. I swear I've seen this girl before. There's an air of fragility about her, and those pity-inducing eyes. Who is this again? Her name's on the tip of my tongue. I really like that picture. It's a cute picture. 3 busts sitting on a shelf. A judge, a defendant, and either a lawyer or prosecutor. The bearded one must be the judge, and the bummed out looking one the defendant. Look, there's another one that's fallen onto the floor. I wonder which one fell. the lawyer or the prosecutor. Think, Apollo, think. This could tell us how tomorrow's trial will go. I'll just wait for tomorrow's horoscopes, thanks. Isn't that a mock trial script? Actually, there's a whole bunch of them here. Let's see. Looks like everyone from the judge court submitted one. The victim, Constance Court, was the fine art club's advisor, so she probably spent a lot of time up here in addition to her other duties. This isn't where I would keep a bunch of scripts.
Said. Uni.
Hello, Spin. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing fantastic. I would wager that's how they round up here. Poor, stressed out, overworked Professor Court. I know exactly how that feels.
Unicorn turtle.
You must,
Said.
because your desk always
So
looks like a tornado
Spin-Diva.
hit it.
Stream
You're one to
elements.
talk, Apollo.
Said. Look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel, https://www.twitch.tv/spin-diva. Spin-diva. Said. Kiddos are driving me insane today, lol.
Yeah, kids will do that, won't they? They're just being kids, it's all good. What about Mr. Wright? Maybe we should rename the firm Bright Stuff All Place Agency. Yeah, kids have a tendency to be a little wild sometimes. A picture of a girl wearing a floral hat. It has the artist's name right here. R. Newman. Wow, Robin must have painted this. This is Juniper. The clothes are different, but... Oh look, there's a piece of paper stuck to the back. Let's see what it says. Completely lacks Professor Court's artistry. Must keep practicing. Robin. I think this is pretty good myself.
Spin-diva. Said. They're being super whiny today. Straight face.
Whiny. What? Okay, that was interesting that the TTS actually called that a straight face. That's interesting. Whiny? What do they have to whine about? They got you for a mama, right? I bet you're an awesome mama. Is it too hot to go outside or something? That could be a reason to whine if you can't go outside. I think it's a plenty good myself. I wonder what it would have looked like if Professor Court had painted Juniper.
Spin-diva. Said. Yup.
Yeah. It is important to make sure to stay cool and not get too hot. I bet it would have been really artistic looking. Hey look, that's you on this mobile, Apollo. A red demon. A red demon. Looks more like a snake curled around a brush to me. No, see the antenna and the yellow spots on its back? Anyone can see it's a that. Wow. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree. We can investigate this further at a later date. Agreed. Okay, let's do that. You okay with that, Athena? I really regret bringing this up, as obviously a demonic elephant. There's really not much of interest here. At least that's what my intuition tells me. Some wire and a winch. So this is how they reel the banners in and out. There's a nice view of the stage from here. Prosecutor Gavin is still standing in front of that broken statue. So it really wasn't you, Apollo? Don't worry, you can tell me. I won't tell anyone. I'll never clear my name unless we catch the real culprit. I can see the other half of the building over there. and the quad and stage down below. This must be the window Detective Fulbright stuck his head out of earlier. Thanks for the help, Detective. A true champion of justice always comes running to those in need. Then how about telling us Prosecutor Blackwell's strategy for tomorrow? Let me think. I'm not falling for that. So close I could almost taste it. Well, you gave it a good old try at least. It's gone. Remember that strange statue in the school camera photo? You're right. Wonder where it is. Robin's a member of the Fine Arts Club. Maybe she could shed some light on this. There's a paint palette here. No surprise there, considering this is the art room. Looks like someone mixed yellow and red to make orange. I prefer yellow. You, on the other hand, are way too red. What's that supposed to mean? I think this is saying the two of us have to work together
Stream
to solve
elements.
this case.
Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
What if this is Professor Cord sending us a message from beyond the grave? What about the blob right next to it? The one with red and green? Maybe she's implying that you need more delicious greens in your diet. Remember, friends, it is important to make sure to eat your vegetables. Not all vegetables are tasty, but there are a lot of tasty vegetables, and it is important to eat your greens. Are you saying Professor Core is watching over our dietary habits from the pearly gates? This area with a rope around it. That's where we detected a large blood stain. And sure, the victim was stabbed here or somewhere close by. The fact that there's no visible blood means it was wiped up with something, right? Right. We were able to detect trace amounts of blood. Merely wiping it up does not remove all evidence of wrongdoing. You've got to use bleach. I mean, what? That, in a nutshell, is justice, right? I would appreciate it if you let me have the cool lines. It kinda looks like there's a prosecutor's badge at the top of the statue. But it's not if you look real close. Another strange, difficult to understand work of art. Look, it has a title. Guilty, guilty, guilty. Real creative art. Either it's too abstract to understand or as subtle as a sledgehammer. A mock trial script on the floor, and nearby an envelope marked "Use." I wonder if Miriam's script was ever really inside that envelope. Let's see here. By Miriam Scuttlebutt, and the title is Rouge et Noir, Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. I wouldn't take part in that mock trial if she begged me. It says there are special rules allowing the payment of bribes while court is adjourned. You can bring in up to $3 worth of fabricated evidence. It also says, welcome to the darkest mock trial ever, where the end justifies the means. Oh my. The prosecution claims this is the script that was supposed to have been used, but the scripts were selected by Professor Ford. Considering how much she valued the truth, I seriously doubt she would pick a script entitled Crimson Blood and Dark Judgment. You have that title memorized already. That is a very unique title, to be sure. Look, a piece of pottery. Looks like it's already been fired. I bet Robin made it. I bet it won't last long, not with the way she deals with her own work anyway. It seems like such a waste. I mean, this one already has some color on it. That looks just like bloodstains the way the glaze was dribbled onto it. Just like the bloodstains. And just as we trust, that does look like bloodstains. We had better examine it at once. I get it. The victim was stabbed in the middle of the room where the big bloodstain is, and then brought over here, at which point some of her blood dripped onto these pieces. That means the body very well could have been dropped from this window. In the mock trial script, the body was brought onto a mat. Then a ball court was used to move it over to the stage. On this one it was a flag, I think, but the maintenance area is below this room, and the storehouse there has a mat and a ball court. So even the moving of the body was carried out just like in the script. The killer sure had a thing for Junie's script. Now what did you expect? That's why we suspected the defendant in the first place. Well, you're wrong, and I'm going to prove it in court. Making sure we've observed everything in the room. I believe so. Except of course the clock. This is a clock that created that major problem for Junie. Let's take a closer look. Don't waste your time. I checked it out and it's 100% accurate. You sure? How did you check it? Of course I'm sure. I compared it to my own watch, see? Detective Fulbright, did you notice that your watch has stopped? It has. This is unacceptable. We obviously can't rely on him. Let's take a look for ourselves. Let's see. Wait a second. It's ahead by 1 whole hour. Well, detective? But this clock must have also been an hour. Somebody didn't change it during daylight savings time, obviously. If so, that would fit perfectly with Junie's testimony. Prosecutor Blackwell won't like this. I almost feel sorry for the detective. Almost. You can at least pretend to feel sorry by wiping that big grin off your face. Oh, wait just 1 minute. The clock is an hour ahead right now, sure. But what proof do you have that was running ahead on the day of the crime? That's a good question. Wait, I think I just might have something. Detective Fulbright, you would agree that there's a moon outside the window, right? Sure, a nice crescent one, like something out of a picture book. But if you look at that window in the back with the winch attached to it, you'll see that the only view to be had is the opposite side of the school building. Then what's this moon doing here? I wonder. Prosecutor Gavin, you were scheduled to perform at the school festival, weren't you? That's right. I hadn't seen the stage until yesterday. That backdrop with the starry sky and big crescent moon isn't half bad. Isn't this the same as the one painted in that stage backdrop? The proof's right here, detective. This shows it was 6 when the photo was taken.
Take that!
I know what this moon really is, and if you look at this photo, you'll know too. This shows where that moon in the photo came from as a proof of Junie's testimony. Well, what? Where? Where does it show that? If you look right here, it will all become crystal clear. They were still prepping the stage, so its backdrop wasn't in place yet. This photo shows them in the process of moving the backdrop into position. I can see that. That's the big board hanging here. The size matches too, but there's no picture. What if it was, Professor Means the entire time? What if Professor Means murdered her because he didn't like the fact that she was teaching justice instead of the means justify the end? That's a crucial detail. It is, but I believe what we're seeing in this photo is the back of the board. The back of the... That's right, and at round 6, when this was taken, a photo of that same board was being taken from the front. What do you mean the front? The front is against the wall. That's where you're wrong. What about the window? Remember how we said the moon shouldn't even exist in this photo? Take a good look. Are you suggesting the moon is the one on the backdrop? Exactly. In short, this photo was taken while the backdrop was being moved. And as you can see here, it was around 6 when the backdrop was being set in place. 6:01 specifically. So the art room clock was running fast at least as far back as the day of the murder. How can I ever face Prosecutor Blackquill now? I just blew a hole in a piece of the prosecution's evidence. Well, I think we've examined pretty much everything we can. By the way, did Prosecutor Blackquill happen to tell you anything about tomorrow's trial? In justice we trust. It's no use trying to pry more information out of me. Having just learned that the clock had been 1 hour fast, means we're back to square one concerning the suspect's actions that day. I wonder what the main argument will be about now. How the body was moved would be my guess, but Prosecutor Blackquill's got his own plans. Does he now? Detective Fulbright, try as you might, I won't say another word about the investigation. I wasn't going to ask about that. I was just wondering if you had seen Robin. You mean Miss Robin Newman? She was just here a moment ago. She mumbled something about watching videos in the lecture hall. Video? What video? Thanks, Detective. Athena, I think we should stop by the lecture hall. Right. Let's go. The lecture hall it is, then. There she is, Robin. Hey, Robin. Oh, Athena, Apollo. What are you watching there? It just so happens to be a video of the mock trial. I had to use a bit of coercion to get it, but the end justifies the means, right? There it is again. Professor Means sure has a lot of influence around here. Care to look into the true connection between the murder and the mock trial with me? Sounds great, but do you mind if we ask you some questions first? Sure, I'll tell you anything you W-A-N-T. About your confession today. Why did you do it? Because Juniper hasn't done anything wrong. I had to stop the trial by any means possible. Right. The end justifies the means. So you're a follower of Professor Means too. Professor Means is a wonderful teacher, as was Professor Court. I like them B-O-T-H. She brushed that one off like a pro. Though with that style of justice, you run the risk of breaking the law. Well, I'm prepared to quit school because of this case. Well, what? Why? I want to be an artist. That's what I really want, man. But no, my parents forced me to study to become a prosecutor. But if the trial went south, you would have to drop out and give up on being a prosecutor. That's what you're really after, isn't it? Talk about someone who literally changes at the bat of an eyelash. I guess she's been dealing with her own problems too. That totally makes sense. I suppose so. That doesn't make what she did right. Could you tell us about what you were doing on the night of the murder? Finishing a statue. I was on the stage until the last bell. That's right. You made the statues of Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Gavin, didn't you? Yes. Yes, I did. Both of them. This is just a formality, but can you prove you were making statues at that time? Can I prove it? You think I'm the killer now? No, that's not what I meant. Both Hugh and Robin were still at school after 7, but neither of them can prove exactly what they were doing. Could one of them really have murdered Professor Court? Have there been any problems now that everyone here knows you are a girl? No worries there. I discussed the matter with Professor Court some time ago. I told her I wanted to let everyone know I was really a girl, and just today I found out that she spoke with the school administration on my behalf. They must really like you. I know, right? Now I can finally be myself here at school. I don't have to hide the fact that I love curvy clothes. That's why, Athena, I simply must have this by any means possible. I mean, to be clear, even if you were a guy, you wouldn't have had to hide the fact that you like furry clothes. No judgments, my brother. That's just, whatever you like to do. What? But this isn't evidence we need for the trial. Sorry, but no can do. Don't be a party pooper, Athena. Come on, please, pretty please. Stage costume related evidence taken in classic and justifies the mean style. Darn it. Anyway, thank you again, Athena. Thank you for revealing who I really am. I wanted everyone to know before the snitch found out. The snitch sounds like a new lead. There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. But why would anyone do that? Officially, I heard it's to seek out misconduct among the student body. The rumor has a grade for being bought and sold through this surveillance network. Oh shit. So did Mr. Golden Boy even make his grades properly? Or was he buying his grades? That's bribery. The situation at Themis Legal Academy is worse than I thought. While all this is important stuff, I still want to ask about that thing in the art room. I'll have to present some evidence to show her what I'm talking about, though. Rob, I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. This photo shows a piece of art on the table. Do you know what it is? Whoa, 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 whoa! Look at that unique artistic sense. That has to be one of Professor Court's creations, man. Professor Court's artistic sense. Professor Court's artistic sense. That's a tough one. I would say it's avant-garde and very eclectic. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. There's a word for that kind of art style, but I cannot think of it off the top of my head. Abstract expressionism, is that it? Abstract, I think that was the word I was looking for. Yeah, that sounds right. In other words, it's weird and all over the place. Come to think of it, that strange looking painting in the art room was one of the Professor Fort's works, wasn't it? The statue in that photo was originally a statue of Lady Justice. Lady Justice? Professor Fort had planned on placing it on the judge's bench in the lecture hall. But the day before the mock trial, it broke while she was polishing it. She said she'll take it back to the art room to try to fix it somehow. So this is the statue in its proper state. You bet. Just look at that wild silhouette. It's so C-U-T-E. I don't get it. You have to be an artist to appreciate stuff like this. Athena, the Lady Justice that you got put back together on that stage. Right. I didn't realize before because it was in pieces, but before it was smashed. Maybe it didn't look like Lady Justice, but more like it does in the photo. So what in the world was it doing on the stage? Well, I think that about covers it. Okay, then how about watching the mock trial video with me? What do you say? Sure, sounds good to me. How do you want to watch it? All classroom desks at the school have their own built-in computer, you know? Wow, this place is definitely a lot cushier than I thought. I know you guys are in a hurry, so I'll just fast forward to the important parts. Let's start with the professor's pre-trial speech. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. That sounds like Professor Means. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. Is the camera like this the whole time? Yeah, it's in a fixed position in front of the stage. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. How come teacher speeches always make me so sleepy? Let's just skip to the end of his speech. Now let the mock trial begin. What's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Looks to me like she cut right in front of the camera. Juniper was also in charge of the audio, even though she was already playing a part in the mock trial itself. She had to do it to keep the script details secret. She was all over the place that day. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room, dealing with the music. So this is what the lecture hall looks like. Looks like there's a judge's bench back by the screen and a witness stand up front. What about those balconies with the professors' names on them? Those are the faculty seats. Professor Mead and Professor Fort were in charge of scoring the mock trial. Okay, let's fast forward this a bit. And that's why the defendant is definitely guilty. That was me. Could you tell? Objection. A frail co-ed used her bare hands to stab the professor with an arrow. I don't think so. You read that line in the mock trial, Apollo, but you made it sound kind of weird. Cut me some slack. It was my first time reading that script. I think Juniper's going to speak next. I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't mean it. Wow, what an emotional performance. She would put a real actress to shame. Wait, could you go back and play that scene again? You really think that's necessary? I didn't do it. I had suffered a breakdown and pretty much lost it. It's true I shouted you're a goner, but I didn't mean it. Stop. Did you hear that? I think you're on to something. Let's play that last part again. I don't follow. What are you guys so excited about? I think this piece of evidence should explain it. I mean, it's pretty obvious, right?
Take that!
I'm sure you remember this. It contains a female voice shouting a violent threat. I'll play it for you. You're a goner. The voices and performance do sound similar, but I can't believe this is happening. It's just a possibility, but if the voice on this tape is really a recording, one made from the mock trial video, then that means the evidence was fabricated. They didn't get to do a voice print analysis in time for court today. That's why the ginger of the voice became so important. And if the real killer had foreseen that ginger would become a key in today's trial, he would have tried to deflect attention away from himself by making the suspect female. So basically, the only one with something to gain from doing this is our sole male suspect. Wait a second. No way! Professor Means' credo is the end justifies the means, so it makes perfect sense as who took those words to heart. With fabricate evidence, we need to get that tape analyzed as soon as possible. Allow me to assist you with that. Prosecutor Gavin, at least make some kind of noise so we know you're there. It's go big or go home with Rockstar Instances, Fraulein. Timing is everything. Let me make a copy of that tape right now, and I'll get you the results as soon as I can. I trust that would be alright. Very much so. Thanks. Athena, it's almost sundown. Isn't it about time we head over to the detention center? I think Junie will agree that this is something that could prove her innocence. Will her heart really be open to accepting it? She had to have known this is what I would find. That about covers the main gist of our investigation. I see. Very interesting. You've become quite the busy bee for today. Thank you for all your hard work, Athena. My time's about up. It'll be getting dark soon. Junie, you must be tired after being on your feet all day. You should go home. Wait, you have to listen to me. I don't want to hear any more. I know what you're going to say, Athena. Junie, you promised. We're going to discover the truth behind this murder mystery. We're going to bring you solid evidence showing just what that truth is. If we succeed in doing that, I want you to promise that you'll accept it, Junie, no matter how hard it is to hear. Okay, only if it's the real truth. Please just listen to what I have to say. Once you've heard me out, I'll let you decide what to do. The voice in this recording has been proven to be yours, Junie. In the mock trial video, we can hear you reading the line from the script. We're having both of them analyzed now. From what I can tell, the voices are the same. The only one who benefits from faking the voice recording would be Hugh. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, Hugh confessed in order to protect me. This may sound strange. His confession is a ploy to make himself look less suspicious. In other words, he was just pretending to protect you. Besides, his confession came after you and Robin had already confessed. If he hadn't confessed right then as well, wouldn't that have seemed a little suspicious? Say what you will, Athena, none of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades, never causes trouble. Wait, Athena, my bracelet reacted just now. It did. Why? You know why. You know why, Athena. Junie, can you look me in the eye? Repeat what you just said. None of us would hurt a fly, let alone kill someone. Hugh is a gifted student. He gets outstanding grades, never causes trouble. Now I'm sure that she's lying.
Gotcha!
Juniper, you start coughing when you're under stress. You can't hide it from me, no matter how hard you try. When you said "and never causes trouble," a cough escaped and made your scarf flutter. As for why you were stressed, it's because you were lying. Junie, you're trying to hide Hugh's connection to this case, aren't you? I believe that also ties into a secret about yourself. A secret about me? I don't understand. I already told the universe, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Juniper's not all sunshine and rainbows like you think she is. He ended their friendship after he found out about Junie's secret, which means Hugh must have felt betrayed by Junie, making her. You were Professor Quart's snitch, weren't you? There's a rumor going around that one of the students here is a snitch. I hear they're watching everything we do, our activities, our relationships, our interests, and reporting it all to one of the professors. While fulfilling that role, you've learned something about Hugh you would rather forget. I don't know what you're talking about. Junie, please, stop hiding things from me. I hate having to force things out of you like this. Looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way. Time to review the evidence, see if I can't prove my hypothesis. I must have something that proves Junie's a snitch, Hugh's connection to the case.
Take that!
Right here in Professor Quart's planner, it says, routine report. I believe this is meant to mean when the snitch report in to Professor Quart. I also believe Professor Quart planned to meet Hugh and Privet based on the snitch's info. From their meeting, Hugh must have put 2 and 2 together, figured out your secret. So you see, it all makes sense only if you're the snitch, Junie. Forgive me, Athena. I've been lying to you this whole time. The truth is, I suspected you from the start. You did. Now this is surprising. I'm so sorry. I've talked about friendship so much. I've been a terrible friend. Juniper, I don't have that special kind of hearing that Athena does. I don't need it to sense the pain you're feeling inside. Its intensity is directly proportional to how you feel about your friend. Am I right? Apollo, please, Junie, tell me why you suspected Hugh. I have a feeling that will be the key to getting to the bottom of this whole case. What exactly was your role as class snitch? Professor Court had told me how Academy alumni had strayed from the path of justice, the dark age of the law. She didn't want any more of our students going astray like that. Few others at the Academy shared her view. I thought her ideas were beautiful, though sad, unrealistic. She asked you to be her eyes, ears, didn't she? I used to report to her once a month about any wrongdoings I had seen or heard about. That report session in her planner, the one from October 22nd, was a part of that. Yes, that's when I reported Hugh to Professor Court. She snitched on her own friend. I had accidentally overheard Hugh talking. What did you hear? He was talking to someone on the phone. I think it was one of his parents. What were they talking about? Something about having paid money for good test scores. I only overheard them talking, so I never did find out who the money was going to. What? That's bribery. He was buying his way through school. If that's the case, then that evidence that always seemed out of place might actually be about his secret.
Take that!
We found this while we were investigating the stage. It's got Hugh's name on it. I didn't know what the number meant at the time. Now that I'm hearing about bribes, it must mean that a bribe of 120 grand was paid in October. What's more, take a look at this mark. That same mark on the pages of Professor Court's planner. You're right. Well, wait. Why would Professor Court have that kind of information in her planner? You don't really think the person who's taking the bribe money was. It's just a possibility at this point. It may indeed have been Professor Court. But. That is impossible. She would be the last person I would ever suspect of accepting bribes. Like I said, it's just a possibility. A rather good one. Maybe their private talk had to do with the possibility of the bribe being exposed. What started out as a little argument soon got out of hand. It's not your fault, Junie. Anyone would have suspected you if they knew what you knew. No, I don't believe that alone would have driven him to murder. There's another reason why I suspected you. You've got to be kidding me.
Spin-dash
There's
diva
another reason.
said. His glasses don't even cover his eyes, lol.
Well, that's a classic Scars thing, isn't it? To have those cute little glasses and just look educated. That's kind of the idea, isn't it? I saw Hugh around 7 the day before the mock trial, so she's finally ready to talk about that. When I saw him, his Athena. Jejuni, are you alright? Just try to relax. Tell me what happened.
I never wanted to see what I did. But I'll have to live with it, won't I? In that hallway, Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood.
His hands were dripping with blood. What? Why? What am I going to do? Deep down, I know Hugh can't be the killer. My mind keeps telling me he is, no matter how hard I try to convince myself he isn't. What am I going to do? Hugh, he's... I can't take this anymore, Athena. So she hid the fact that she had seen Hugh, said she went home at 6 because she wanted to avoid talking about what she saw. Junior, it must have been terrible holding all that in. It's going to be okay. I'll get to the bottom of this. That's my promise from one good friend to another. I'll be defending Juniper tomorrow, if that's okay with you, Professor Means. My main concern is whether you can defeat that prosecutor. I won't try to stop you. I will be watching from the gallery. That's the main problem I have with this boy, is that grin. That grin is highly disturbing. I mean, the glasses don't even fully cover his nose. They're barely even on his nose. Yes, they're definitely there for decoration, just to look intelligent and professor-like. Shall look forward to seeing what sort of results your methods can produce. Good luck tomorrow. Now, if you would excuse me. Athena, I'm sorry, I really mean it. I wish I had trusted you from the start. You have to uncover the truth tomorrow. I know you can do it. Don't worry, we already know that the prosecution's key piece of evidence is a fake. Thanks to you, we figured out the motive too. Let's give this our best shot, Athena. Let tomorrow be the day Juniper walks free. I wouldn't have it any other way. We should all be ready now. What could possibly go wrong this time? Still, there's this strange, uneasy feeling I can't shake. I had better be imagining it. Were you able to sleep last night? Sleep? Sure, I slept for a grand total of 0 hours. Guten Morgen, you two. You look like you're ready to put on a real show. Before you do, I have a good luck gift for you. The voice print analysis came back. The results couldn't be more clear. The voice from the mock trial video and the tape recording are one and the same. In other words, the recording's a fabrication. The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far, they found signs of overdubbing. It's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. But who's there? Wait. Did you see who it was? No, I got a quick look, but they got away. I think it might have been Hugh. I bet he was eavesdropping. I wonder if he saw our hand. I'm sure he wasn't the only one just now. I bet Robin and Foxgirl were listening in too. I will make sure they don't make a run for it. That is my final gift to you. Okay, all that's left now is to reach out to the truth. Time for a mini court of steel workout. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. Your turn. I'm Athena Sykes, and I'm fine. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Juniper Woods. The Sykes Brigade is totally psyched. I mean, the defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready as well. I mean, isn't that right, Prosecutor Blackquill? Yes, well, moving right along. Yesterday's adjournment was unexpected, yet necessary. But I'll be running a tight ship here today, so no funny business from anybody. Understood? Your Baldness, Robin Newman, and Hugh O'Connor have recanted their confessions. But later I shall grill them at leisure to find whether I can charge them with perjury. Well, this sure complicates matters. Still, one's not overlooked the facts. Now about the school camera photo that was submitted yesterday. A pity, but that evidence is no longer relevant to this case. The art room clock runs fast. It cannot function as an accurate measure of time. As for the bungling detective who overlooked that, he is paying for his failure as we speak. Poor Detective Fulbright. I hope he returns to work with all his body parts intact. But if that's the case, then what will we? The accused is the sole person who could have moved the body from the art room to the stage, and I mean to prove it here this day. It's just like Detective Fulbright said, what else does he have up his sleeve? My understanding of this heinous crime is thus. The murder took place near the center of the art room, as evidenced by the blood stain. Blood was also found on some pottery next to the window over the maintenance area, which is to say the body was carried over to that very window. From there it was dropped down to the maintenance area below, and though there were nary a scratch to the body aside from a fatal wound, that too was per the script. A high jump mat was employed to cushion the fall. Then a ball court was used to haul the body over to the stage. That's not very clever. I mean, it's the same exact body movement scheme as the script. Anyone could have moved the body that way.
Objection!
Your propensity to spew forth words before you think is not very clever either. Why, you... Moreover, the prosecution has a witness, which is most unfortunate for you. Witness, it's time for you to come forth. Well then, will the witness please state his name and occupation? Hugh O'Connor. I'm a senior at Themis Legal Academy, and I'm studying to be a lawyer. Yesterday I told that lawyer there that I would testify to the truth. So I intend to cooperate fully in today's trial. Happy now, Miss Sykes? What's he up to now? The court appreciates your cooperation, Mr. O'Connor. Now your testimony, please. The lecture hall was packed before the mock trial. The rest of the campus was empty. That's when I saw Juniper dragging a large mat from behind the stage. I was watching her from a vantage point between the stage and the maintenance area. She was heading towards me, so I assumed she was on her way to the maintenance area. I didn't have time to stand around to see what she did after that. The real truth hurts so much, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? Or maybe you thought I was going to bring up something else entirely against your client. Never a snappy comeback when I need one. He's coming straight at us today, using any means possible. To protect the students who had to climb up high when setting up the stage, a mat was brought over to the stage from the storehouse. Our client is the student council president. What's wrong with her taking upon herself to put the mat away after they had used
Objection!
it? There is plenty wrong. There is but one mat in the entire school that could cushion a fall from such lofty heights. Ergo, the mat in question was indispensable to moving the body. It sucks being the last to know everything. I think I get it now. The drag marks we saw behind the stage were made by the mat. If the only mat of that thickness was where the body is assumed to have been brought, it would be hard to deny a possible link to this case. We're off to a bad start again. You sure you're okay, Athena? It's game on, Hugh. Game on. I'm going to turn your arrogant perfect score grin into a teary-eyed frown of failure.
Objection!
So you saw the back of the stage from between the stage and the maintenance area. Well, let's take a look at this photo taken by Miss Scuttlebutt, shall we? This photo shows the students setting up the stage a day before the mock trial. You see the big construction screen to the right of the stage in the background here. Why, yes. In fact, there were a bunch of those next to my house until a few days ago, too. It was so noisy behind there, I couldn't take a peek. How it piqued my interest. Exactly, Your Honor. You cannot see past such screens. That is their purpose. Now let's see. How exactly is that screen positioned again? Since it was to the right of the stage, it should be right here. And from this vantage point, the witness claims to have seen our client behind the stage backdrop. Oh my, but the screen would have been completely in the way. That's right. Therefore, the witness couldn't have possibly seen our client from this point. Order, order. Mr. O'Connor, have you been lying to this court? The screen. Right, it must have slipped my mind. What are you telling you, Mr. Genius, forgot something as literally big as that? There are two kinds of memory lapses. The normal kind you mouth breathers have, and the genius level lapses of memory that people like me have. Why don't you just admit that it was a normal everyday brain fart already? Will the witness now please restate what he remembers minus the lapses of memory? That's easy. I was on the other side of the screen. In other words, I witnessed Juniper from the stage side of the screen.
Objection!
You are testifying that our client was behind the stage. But need I remind this court, the back of the stage is not visible from the front. To actually see our client behind the stage from the stage side of the screen, the witness himself would also have to be in the same area behind the stage. But in that case, our client would have definitely seen Mr. O'Connor. Nice one, Athena. Keep it up.
Objection!
Alright, Golden Boy. This is not your chance. Telling the truth will be like a weight lifted from your chest. The truth? What truth? The fact that Golden Boy here was where he initially stated. That is to say, he was between the maintenance area and the stage.
Objection!
But then the screen would have blocked his
Objection!
view of... On the ground, yes, his view would have been blocked indeed. But consider how smoke always wants to rise up high. Athena, look at the photo again. Do you think something on the other side of the screen, something high enough to see the stage? No way. This crane right here? I don't remember seeing a crane there on the day of the mock trial. Me neither, but it's probably safe to assume it was moved before you found the body. Oh, that's far enough, Prosecutor Blackwell. Remember, you promised. I recall making no such promise. It was you who came blubbering to me about keeping quiet in exchange for information. What's all this about a promise? Is this about whatever Blackwell is using against him? And what's it got to do with going into the crane? Golden Boy did not go up in that crane for fun. He was working part-time as a crane operator within school grounds. What? Do you mean to tell me a high school student was operating a crane? The witness... I object to the prosecutor's last statement. There's no proof I ever operated that crane. Actually, there just might be something that proves you did. What? If this whole part-time job thing is true, I doubt it would be limited to a single day. You are probably working at the same site the previous day, too. Is this what you're thinking of, Athena? Yep. As the court can see, this photo captured the crane's operator, and if you look carefully, he bears a definite resemblance to Mr. O'Connor. Are you serious? This is ridiculous. How very interesting. Let's ascertain whether this is as ridiculous as the witness maintains. The defense agrees with the prosecution. Let's bring the facts to light. That's all very well and good, but just how do you propose to do that? The person in this photo has one really distinguishing feature. I'm not 100% certain, but it's at least worth a try. We can clearly identify the person in this photo as the witness by examining. The figure in this photo is wearing a very unique object around his neck. Why, yes, you can see it right there. But then, are you saying you mean to... Mr. O'Connor's neck is almost entirely concealed by his tall collar, but that's exactly why I believe this warrants further examination. No, not a chance. That would be a blatant violation of my privacy. You are a disgrace of a man. Now start unbuckling that collar before I hack it off. Yeah, what's the big deal? Now let's see your neck. Guess I have no choice. Oh my. So where did you buy that neckband, if I might ask? I didn't buy it. It's handmade and there's only three like it in the world. Well, it sure looks like the neckband in the photo. Should we have the photo analyzed? You are one irritating lady. Fine, I admit it. I work a part-time construction job. It has nothing to do with our school. Operating heavy equipment's no big deal for a guy who can parallel park one-handed. I never expected one of my jobs to take me to my own school. But when you factor in all the acquired tests and apprenticeship period, wouldn't you have to be at least 20 to have a license for operating a crane? About that, you see, I'm a genius, so you know.
Objection!
Let us dispense with this inane charade, golden boy.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
High school seniors are 19 at most, thus they fail to complete the requirements. But that does not apply to you, does it, Mr. O'Connor? Why doesn't it apply? He's a senior, so he's around that age, right? No, don't, please. Actually, Golden Boy here is 25. He took a 7-year break from school. Wait, come again? Take a gander at the official school enrollment documentation. 'Tis all right there. 25? You mean he's older than a 25-year-old high school student? A 7-year break. 7 years. I've just one thing to say. There are two kinds of 7-year breaks. The ordinary kind you mouth breathers take, and the genius kind people like me take.
Objection!
But a genius would have quickly become a chore for a 7-year break. I think you have that backwards, Athena. Even geniuses make mistakes. I just happened to make mine only 7 years in a row. Only you could get away with using only like that. Enough of this jibber-jabber. Suffice to say, the witness was up in the crane when he saw the accused dragging the mat. The accused readied all she needed to move the body immediately prior to doing so. That much is clear. I see no need to deliberate the matter further. Considering that the body was moved in the same manner as in the script, I find Prosecutor Blackwell's claim to be quite persuasive. Does the defendant care to dissuade me? As long as the mat was used to move the body, Junie is going to be under suspicion. Athena, I just thought of something. What was Hugh doing in the crane right before the mock trial? He couldn't have been on the job at the time. I mean, he was waiting for the trial to start. Yeah, why was he in the crane? Wait, you don't think... Your Honor... Yes, Miss Sykes? I've got it. I've got an amazing idea that will turn the prosecution's claim on its head. A little conjecture has never stopped us before. Interesting. Mr. O'Connor, you were using the crane to... The body was just like it was in the script, so it must have been moved like in the script too. At least that's what the prosecution believes. How simplistic, even foolish. Those are pretty strong words, Athena. You sure about this? The witness is a licensed crane operator, so he could have used it to move the body.
Objection!
Spin Diva said. Uni fell asleep, oh noes.
No, I just had to use the facilities. Well, Golden Boy, care to chime in? I intend to say no more on the matter, save that this does not bode well for you. Wait, he's on my side this time? Or is this another trap? Watch this. I can use a bow and arrow one-handed. Wow, that's a crazy level of dexterity. I can even drive a crane with one hand. That's easy, but operating the crane itself is so complex, it requires both hands. Now I would have the court look at this. Please tell me that's a ketchup stain. I am calling it right now. It was Professor Means that killed Professor Court. I am calling it. Everybody was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. You wish my hand was injured and required surgery. That's the reason I kept my hand in my pocket all this time. I have already verified this with the hospital treatment. Quite a nasty wound, they say. So how did you hurt it? I see no need to discuss that. It has no relevance to this case. 2 hands are required to operate complex machinery such as a crane. Ergo, on the day of the mock trial, the witness was incapable of moving the body by crane. Now I'm the fool? I had planned on moving the crane the night before the mock trial, but then I got injured. Wanting to keep my part-time job a secret, I had to do it just before the mock trial instead. And here I thought this was the big break we've been waiting for. Now that the defense's sophistry is laid bare, I would have the court recall my claim. The body was dropped out of a 3rd floor window to a mat near the maintenance area. Then the ball court was used to move it to the stage. See, I've been paying attention. Well done, your baldness. Now consider this. The accused was sighted dragging that mat. Ergo, it was she who moved the body. Well, I think you were on the right track, Athena. You do. Yeah, Juniper remains a prime suspect, but we assume the body was moved per her script. So, as a defense, you have to figure out how else the body could have been moved. But is he telling me to think of another way besides a crane? Miss Sykes, if you have a counter-argument, this court would love to hear it. And if you do not, it is time for the verdict. Isn't that correct, your baldness?
Objection!
No, not yet. All I have to do is show that the body wasn't moved like it was in the script, right? Well, that would show that the mat had nothing to do with this case. There is a sword of great renown that cuts down sophistic lawyers. Its name is evidence. You don't scare me. Force a smile, Athena. You can do it. What's wrong with your face, Athena? It's a weird mix of terror and creepy grin. Just focus on how the body could have been moved without it being dropped. How could anyone lower it without just dropping it? It's not like it could fly. Or maybe it could. After all, there is a way to zip between the art room and the stage. Someone could have easily used that thing. Yes, of course. Miss Sykes, the court would like to see what you have for us. All I have to do is show the tiniest shred of the possibility. The mat and golf court weren't used to move the body. This is what was used.
Take that!
The key here is the thing that ties the art room and the stage together. Might I propose an idea? It might be well to tie your lips together, lest you further expose your ignorance. This isn't exactly the time for black comedy, Prosecutor Blackquill. Anyway, the court will recall the wire on which the school banner was hung. That wire was strung between the art room and the stage, which allowed students to run or wheel in the school banner from the art room. The body could have easily been lowered down to the stage via this wire.
Objection!
Spare me your armchair theories. This wasn't some kind of high wire act. The body surely would have fallen. Yet there are no signs of blunt force trauma.
Objection!
Oh, you surprise me, Prosecutor Blackquill. You didn't actually think I failed to account for that. I'm sure that's exactly what you thought when we investigated the stage yesterday. The bottom part of the school banner had been tied into a pouch-like shape. And pouches are useful for carrying things. What do you think this one could have carried? Oh, well, go on. Please explain. The body was bundled into the pouch-like section of the banner and sent down the wire. The body would have been down on that stage in a flash, and there would be no need for a mat. I've heard the phrase carrying the banner, but the banner doing the carrying?
Objection!
I've no patience for you and your cheap parlor tricks. Your claim is as shaky as a corpse performing the absurd high wire act. If you have an actual objection, then just come out and say it. I trust you recall the bloodstains left on the art room pottery. If the wire had been used to move the body, it would have been via the window above the quad, the one with the winch. However, the bloodstained pottery was next to the window above the maintenance area. Ergo, the wire and banner had not at all to do with the case. The bloodstained pottery, I remember that. This doesn't look good. We'll be back to the mat theory if you don't do something. Well, Miss Sykes, I hope you have something better this time than a circus act. If my wire theory is true, then that blood on the pottery must not have been. Maybe it's not the victim's blood. Did the police check to see from whom the blood on the pottery came from? Shame on you, Sykes Dono. Have a little more respect for the constabulary. Fool. Right. Looks like they didn't check it. Don't let it get you down, Prosecutor Blackquill. Everyone makes mistakes. Spare me your cheek. We'll know not either way till the tests are run. True, but in the meantime I'm going to press my claim as far as I can. Your baldness, I demand that the blood on the pottery be analyzed this instant. Of course, it shouldn't take long to get the results back. Oh my, that was quick. Where history if it turns out to be the victim's blood? Please, please let it be someone else's. It seems the blood was not from the victim. But what? Furthermore, a comparison with other parties involved with this case reveals that the blood belongs to one Hugh O'Connor. Score. Don't worry, Junie. Just try to relax. To Hugh's hands. His hands were dripping with blood. Your Honor, as we saw earlier, the witness's left hand had suffered a serious injury. He sustained a wound in a struggle with the victim, and his blood got on the pottery. Then Judy saw his blood-stained hands as they passed each other in the first floor hall. It's the only explanation that covers everything.
Objection!
There is but one way to turn aside for blade, but do not cast the blame on me, nor grudge your Sykes Dono, for it is she who forces me to expose your secret. But fine, whatever. How much dirt does he have on you? The court will observe this odd-looking envelope. It was inside this that Miriam Scuttlebutt's script was found. Miss Scuttlebutts, but didn't the prosecution already claim that this envelope is the one that contained her script? Circumstances have changed. You see, Golden Boy had hidden all this from us. Let's see here. My word, talk about the world's most painful paper cut. Indeed, you can clearly see that if this envelope is not opened correctly, a powerful spring-loaded blade will shoot forth, leaving a horrible gash upon the hand. The only one who had been told of the correct way to open it was Constance Court. You really want to see my script that bad? Well, you better watch out. Read it without my permission and you'll wish you hadn't. Yikes. Miriam wasn't kidding when she said that. The blood on the blade is the witness's. Our genius here tried to sneak a peek at the wrong script and paid for his foolishness. This guy's the worst genius I've ever seen. Don't worry, Athena. The wound isn't that deep. We still got the wire theory. Yeah, I've got it. Since the blood by the window overlooking the maintenance area isn't the victim's, there's no longer any basis for denying the body was moved using the wire and banner. Therefore, the defense once again asserts just that. You call yourself a lawyer. Don't you see the glaring contradiction in your thinking? The court would like to remind the witness that his role is not to point out. And you, how can you adhere to such outdated beliefs? But whatever. It seems you've forgotten the two statues that once staged directly below the wire. A body went sliding down that wire would have crashed into them. Care to explain that away? Why, I believe he's right. The statues and the wire are extremely close together. So the body would have collided with the statues. What if they did collide? Wait, that's it. Speaking of those statues, we still don't know how they were broken. But if we assume the body crashed into them, that would also explain that loud sound we heard while we were in the waiting room. Now that you mention it, you and Mr. Wright went out to the stage after you heard that sound, correct?
Objection!
Interesting. How very interesting. But may I ask just one question? When was it that you heard said sound? It was a little after the mock trial had started. Mr. Wright and I were practically bored to tears there in the waiting room when... Precisely. If that sound you heard did happen while the body was being moved, that would place it during the mock trial, which means the body wouldn't have been there before the mock trial started. You see, right before the mock trial started, I saw the body. He said he saw the body before the mock trial. If so, then my claim that the body was moved during the mock trial doesn't hold water. Stupid contradiction is going to get me and our case killed. The focus was on just 3 suspects before the body was moved, before the mock trial. That has been the major premise thus far. Your assertion, therefore, contradicts the very foundation of this case.
Objection!
Both sides still lack incontrovertible evidence. So should we not also treat Golden Boy's testimony with some level of suspicion? Good point. The prosecutor Blackquill is on our side. I bet he's figured out the truth behind this case. Well, great, as long as he's not up to something else. If the statues really were broken when the body hit them, then Hugh's statement about seeing the body before the mock trial is a big fat lie. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's get to the bottom of this contradiction about when you saw the body. Look me straight in the eyes and repeat your statement to me. Well, like I said before the mock trial, the body was, you know. I shall only say this once, Golden Boy. You had best tell the truth and do it now. That is, if your head wishes to enjoy the continued companionship of your body. Now, out with it. Did you truly witness the body? Or were you just lying about it? Well, which is it? You what? I never saw the body. Are you sure about that? Lie to this court again and I'll charge you with perjury. There was no body on that stage. I've been lying about that this whole time. I'm sorry. We've exposed Hugh's big lie for what it is. But why would he lie about this to begin with? Order. The base premise is that the body was moved before the mock trial has been overturned. I imagine this has an impact on both the defense and the prosecution's case. Well, first I would like to thank the prosecutor. This brings us one step closer to the truth. Now at least we know the body was moved using the wire and skull banner. Indeed, that much I shall concede. Sykes Dono. The body was moved as you stated and in the midst of a mock trial. So both sides are satisfied then. If the body was moved before the mock trial, we have our 3 suspects. But if the move took place in the midst of the mock trial, it is an entirely different story. Right, all 3 suspects were in the mock trial. That gives them solid alibis.
Objection!
How simplistic. Did you forget about the student in charge of the audio? Amidst the mock trial, she was the one soul who could leave as we entered the lecture hall. Oh, what's this? Who is this person in charge of the audio? How could I forget? It was... What's the deal here? Why is Junie so large in this shot? Juniper was also in charge of the audio. When she wasn't in the trial, she was in the audio control room dealing with the music. Indeed, the one who could enter the art room amidst the mock trial to move the body was none other than the accused, Juniper Woods, for she was in charge of the audio. Why, yes, I see. That does make perfect sense. This can't... Instead of exposing Hugh's crime, Junie's in even deeper. No matter how you slice it, we're cooked. And here I thought Prosecutor Blackquill was on our side. at least on this issue. The Twisted Samurai strikes again. Twisted, it's more like dirty, rotten. Your baldness. It is time to put an end to this farce. The prosecution has presented a quite convincing case, but the defense has one last chance to voice any remaining objections. Well, Miss Sykes, Apollo, what are we going to do? I've got nothing left. Nothing. Nada. Niet. I've been trying to think of something, but I'm drawing a big blank too. Poor Junie. Unless we figure out something, she'll be... objection. Objection. Well, I object to... Stop right there. All ears to me. It's time you heard about the rare genius of Hugh O'Connor. Listen, and you'll hear the secret behind my perfect crime. Perfect crime.
Spin-D said. Got M.
I don't think we do. I think he's just trying to cover up for Junie again. I am thoroughly convinced it was Professor Needs. He also had the opportunity to leave. He was in the balcony, which is to that one side, which is, I think, the side closest to the art room. I have almost no doubts it's Professor Means. He's just trying to cover up for Junie again. Wait, this is some serious deja vu. Didn't we just go through something like this yesterday? Yes, we did. This had better not be another one of his enraging traps. The murder, the moving of the body, the cover-up, it's all sprung from my brilliant mind. Well, go ahead, arrest me. The real killer is right before you. Order, I say. Mr. O'Connor, you already confessed yesterday, then earlier today recanted your confession. As if you mouth breathers could comprehend my genius, the end justifies the means. The end justifies the means. So the end that he's aiming for is to get Junie considered innocent, which is why he's saying it. Now bow down and kneel before my great and maddening intellect.
Objection!
Enough. The only thing maddening is the ignominy you bear for all to see. For it is impossible for you to have been the perpetrator behind this crime. There is no perfect crime, only a perfect alibi, for you were at the mock trial. It is silly that I must remind you of this, but you were a participant the entire time. There shall be no mercy if you persist in this trial with your silly little act. Hugh doesn't seem the least bit shaken by Blackville's threat. Listen, Mr. Prosecutor, calling that a perfect alibi is beyond contempt. Your Honor, I'd like to take this opportunity to offer further testimony. I will now demonstrate the very moment of genius that transcended even perfection. You won't believe this, but I used a body double. That wasn't the real me at the mock trial. That means I didn't almost lose. My body double almost did. I slipped out stealthily while my double took care of the trial. I had the run of the campus. In short, I'm the killer. Juniper's innocent. I have a question I was hoping the defense and prosecution might help answer. Is it just me, or does the witness's testimony make no sense at all? No, it's not just you, Your Honor. All I got from listening to that was a headache. Yeah, that was just plain weird, especially the whole thing about a body double. Well, I'm relieved it's not just me. And the prosecution, your baldness summoned an ambulance this instant. The witness is stark, raving mad. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Now then, let's pretend that never happened and move on to my verdict. You people don't believe me. It's not a matter of not believing you, it's more along the lines of questioning your sanity. Yeah, the funny part just called. They want their genius back. Shut your pie holes. The intellect of a genius transcends even logic. Besides, don't you guys have that weird device for testimony like this? Which it's not a weird device, and I don't waste him on ridiculous testimonies. Easy there, Tiger. Think of it this way. We don't want a verdict to be passed just yet, so how about we give Widget a try? Well, this is against my better judgment, but I would like to conduct a short therapy session. Your better judgment? I'm a judge, and it's far beyond mine, yet I find it hard to say no. Prosecutor Blackquill, I trust you have no objections. Prosecutor Blackquill? The prosecutor said, "Rubbish. We will be out on a stroll, then left with Detective Fulbright." How does he get away with stuff like that? Then I'll interpret that as meaning he has no explicit objections. Alright, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your therapy session. I've seen my share of crazy trials, but this one takes the cake. Come back here. Mr. O'Connor, yesterday you said that you didn't really care about Miss Woods anymore. I already told Juniper, so I might as well tell you. I don't really care about her anymore. What? Why? Yeah, well, Juniper reported my secret to Professor Court. His secret. The bride. She wanted nothing to do with me because I had disappointed her. That's why I don't care about her anymore. I was never trying to protect her. My confession was always about one thing and one thing only. The truth.
Objection!
Mr. O'Connor, you feel great happiness in the fact that you might help set Miss Woods free. So much so that overshadowed all of your other emotions. What are you? I can hear it clearly now, Mr. O'Connor. The discord you've been trying to suppress. People don't normally feel like you do when you confess. So Hugh really was trying to protect Juniper. I'm sure that Hugh's feelings for her are the real deal. But that means his confession is... Finally figured out the obvious, have we? Why, Prosecutor Blackquill, you're back. The confession was naught but lies, save for the part about being in the mock trial. Can we all agree now that the killer is the one in charge of the audio, i.e. the accused? Why couldn't you have taken a longer stroll? No, you haven't unraveled the genius of my body double trick yet. You can't be serious. Do you really expect us to believe you had a body double? Yes, I do. But if you think I didn't, then prove it. Either we quit here and Juniper's now guilty, or we play along with Hugh's delusion. Let's go with the least worst choice, but first let me update his testimony. I didn't almost lose, you say. Very odd. You exhibited happiness the entire time, except during this statement. You don't know when to give up? Wait, now that I think about it. No, don't stop making stuff up. When I left the lecture hall, it was during Professor Meads' pre-trial speech. That's when I moved the body. I then slid back in just before the verdict. So you're saying you were there the moment your double was about to lose? Yes, I was. Naturally, I wasn't happy when I saw that. In any case, I was at the far end of the lecture hall behind the screen. I figured no one would see me if I came and went through the doors
Objection!
there. Sykes, Dodo. How much longer will you indulge him in this charade? While it's true that none of the audience might see me go through either of those doors, the faculty seats on the balcony are a different story and have a splendid view. I thought you could do better than that. The lawyer's bench is on the right side but facing the front of the hall. I used the door on the right side near the lawyer's bench. That means my movements were only visible to someone on the left balcony seat, but that seat was empty at the time, which is only natural. After all, it belonged to Professor Court, and as we all know, she was already dead by then. That can't be right. An empty balcony seat on the left side contradicts this piece of evidence. I've no idea where this contradiction is going, but I don't have any other news at this point. Guess I'll just have to follow it and see where this takes me. You said the left balcony seat was empty, but was it really? I saw it with my own eyes. It was definitely empty. But what about this diagram? Exactly. Okay, I got the seats mixed up. But yes, Professor Means' seat was empty because he was the one that murdered her. According to this, Professor Means was supposed to be seated in the left balcony seat. But if you left the lecture hall during his pre-trial speech, he would have been standing there at his seat addressing the students and faculty. No, this can't be right. You do no one any favors by exposing the falsities of his confession. I've told plenty of lies so far, but this part is true, I tell you. There was nobody in the left balcony seat. You gotta believe me, because the audio was recorded. Maybe that's what's on the original audio of the tape. It was pre-recorded and he just had it playing like the music. It doesn't seem like he's lying this time because he used it as an alibi. He murdered her during his pre-trial speech and used the pre-trial speech as an alibi. He wasn't actually there. Okay, Mr. O'Connor, let's have you testify again, but this time don't spare any details. You got it. I'll repeat it as many times as you would like. I mean, my ingenious escape act warrants repeating, considering I'm the real killer. All I really care about is whether that seat was empty or not. I detected powerful sadness and fear right after you said this part. It's as if you had said something you shouldn't have. What's wrong with you? You shouldn't reveal a person's inner feelings for all to see. Mr. O'Connor, it's you who is revealing your inner emotions by the way you speak. Plus, I have good idea about why you're feeling sad. You're a horrible person. Can't you just leave me be? You said that you went through the empty audio control room, but that's not true, is it? There was someone who returned from there once Professor Means finished his speech. And that someone who was in the audio control room was...
Take that!
I know you realized there was a problem with your statement as you were saying it. That's why you felt so uneasy. If the audio control room really was empty, that would mean Miss Wood was roaming around the campus. Mr. O'Connor, if you really want to protect Miss Wood, just tell the truth. If you believe in her, revealing the truth is the same as protecting her. Juniper's innocent, and that's the truth. But in this dark age of the law, the truth can be easily twisted to serve anyone's needs. When the end justifies the means, your only choice is to fight back with lies. Hugh's heart won't hold out under this battle between truth and lies. Is there something I can do to make him recant his false testimony? I fear nothing now that I have lost everything. Go ahead, Prosecutor Blackquill. Cut me down if you wish. I thought you would never ask. With you gone, you may swiftly proceed to a verdict. And he broke out of his shackles again. I don't want to be the poor counted down at the detention center. Hugh O'Connor, in deference to your valor, I will limit your suffering with one clean blow. Could you wait just one moment before you cut him down?
Silence!
Do not come between a samurai and his foe, Miss Sykes. I never learned about this in law school. Careful, prosecutor. Remember that shocking experience you had last time? Very well, Golden Boy may live. For now. Enough already, Mr. O'Connor. Miss Woods would never want you to protect her this way. She values the friendship between the three of you more than anything. That's where you're wrong. She doesn't feel anything for me now. But what does it matter anymore? I might as well tell you everything. This is no doubt news to you, but I am not and never was a genius. Sorry, but I already knew. Me too. And don't forget me, though in all fairness it was pretty obvious. I thought he was a genius at first, but the stuff he said was crazy. No need to rub it in. Just shut up and listen. It all started several days ago. I accidentally heard that my parents had been paying good money for my grades. But that's bribery. So the bribery wasn't Hugh's idea. All of my perfect scores were the product of cold hard cash, not genius. Even worse, when I confronted my parents about it over the phone, Juniper overheard me. Oh my, what a terrible misunderstanding. I've been living a lie. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm no genius. I'm completely worthless. A perfect 0. Hugh. Even so, I still wanted to make it up to Juniper for disappointing her like that. That's why I wanted to clear her name by pinning the blame on me. I mean, she probably hates me now, so it would be a relief for her to see me locked away. If you were trying to help her, then why did you testify against her? You were the ones who told me to tell the truth yesterday, so I thought if I did, it would help her. He wasn't trying to provoke us. It looks like we seriously misunderstood him in more ways than one. At the detention center yesterday, Junie was in tears when she opened up to me. But the truth is, the friendship between the three of them is still rock solid. If there were something that could help me prove that to Hugh, we even have proof of our friendship. As long as our friendship lasts, you can bet we'll be carrying them around. I know. What about that proof of friendship they mentioned? I wonder where or what it is. I didn't buy it. It's handmade, and there's only one like it in the world. Maybe it's... No, that's definitely it. That band around his neck. Mr. O'Connor, that band around your neck. That's your proof of friendship, isn't it? Proof of friendship? Is that anything like a proof of purchase barcode? In court, evidence is everything. That's why the three friends created friendship bands. It's the evidence that proves their friendship. How very interesting and cheap. If they have doubts about their friendship, they can look to the proof they have on hand. That's why Mr. O'Connor's hand always goes to his neck when he is pressured. It proves he still has feelings of friendship towards the other two. It doesn't matter if I wear it if those two... But they feel the same way too. I know they wear their friendship bands somewhere. Junie and Robin must both feel the same as Hugh. I just know it. Everything Hugh has said leads me to believe that. In fact, he may have also just told me that the others wear their proof of friendship, where they're easy to touch. All we have to do is think back to their testimonies. Ready? This new man holds her arm when pressured, and Miss Woods holds her wrist. I know Miss Woods very well. She would never abandon her friendship with you over something like this. And taking the blame for her will only succeed in making her terribly sad.
Robin, those bands of friendship that you made, just for the three of us. You may have forgotten about them, but not me.
Hugh!
Ah.
Hey, Hugh!
And to think, I should have known better than to doubt my best friends.
I didn't kill anyone, and I didn't have a body double. I didn't move the body, I didn't even see it, and it may look like I'm speed reading. Zen in the art of mastering the bar exam, but I haven't read a single word. Well, you could have fooled me. In fact, you did. Phew. So, Miss Sykes, can I place my trust in you? I'm going to save Junie, so yes, you can place your trust in me. Then am I to understand that the witness is recanting his confession? Yes. A most roundabout trial. I much prefer the turnabout variety myself. Now we are back to the fact that there was but one suspect who lacked an alibi, which is, in the end, the truth you've been seeking this entire time. So we're back to square one. Now I'm exhausted and depressed. It probably doesn't matter at this point, I might as well update the mood matrix. Does this mean further resistance is futile? The time for a verdict is nigh.
Objection!
Please wait. What sort of devilry are you up to now? What if our client wasn't the only one without an alibi? The trial would continue, right? Oh, well, yes, I suppose it would. But after such a thorough investigation, does such a person really exist? Yes, we found someone. It may have seemed like a major roundabout, but Mr. O'Connor's testimony has cracked the case. There's no more noise. Hugh is telling the truth now. During the mock trial, the balcony seat opposite him really was empty, which now means there is one person unaccounted for. Besides Julie, the only other person without an alibi during the mock trial is... The balcony seat was empty. That much is true, isn't it, Mr. O'Connor? That's right. How many more times do I have to say it? So basically, Professor Means wasn't where he was supposed to be during the mock trial.
Silence!
Need I remind you, every last soul in the lecture hall heard him deliver his speech. I know, and that's not in dispute here. Now let me explain how a speech could be given to an empty seat. It was pre-recorded. What if the speech was pre-recorded? That's the only way the speech could have been delivered from an empty balcony seat. Wait, are you accusing Professor Means? That's insane. I mean, he's the one who gave me the tape recorder. Take this to the police, he said, and tell them you found it. What? Really? Wait a second. Mr. O'Connor, did you just say that Professor Means gave that phony recording to you? Phony? The defense will refrain from hurling unsubstantiated allegations. Well, I said he gave it to me, but what do you mean it's phony? Wow, who could have seen this development? The voice shouting "You're a goner" as recorded on this tape was dubbed onto it using a line our client said in the trial video. Why this? This is an extremely crucial piece of evidence. Professor Means gave you the phone tape. If that's really true, then Professor Means has guilt written all over him. Your Honor, the defense moves to call Professor Aristotle Means to the stand.
Silence!
The seat was never empty. 'Twas but an oversight by our door of a witness. An inmate who was formerly a surgeon once told me something. He said it's often all too easy to overlook critical symptoms.
Objection!
Well, we're not going to overlook this oversight. If the speech was pre-recorded, the basis for our suspecting our client would be shattered. Let's check with Professor Means and see whether the deceit was a witness oversight. A verdict without first looking into that would be inconceivable. That's enough, both of you. Now here's my opinion on the matter. While a surgeon overlooking physical symptoms is a problem, a witness's oversight too must not be overlooked. Thus, as to the matter of whether Professor Means was or was not in his faculty seat, I believe we must ask the professor himself. I agree. Professor Means should be here in the gallery today. Do as you please. Will you please state your name and occupation for the record? Certainly. I am Aristotle Means. I teach the lawyer course at Famous Legal Academy, and let me add that while I welcome any opportunity to assist with the trial, I don't care for this undue suspicion. Don't worry, Professor. We're just interested in the mock trial video right now. We just need to take another look at that speech you gave. Can we count on your cooperation in this? Very well. If that's all you're interested in, please proceed, Miss Sykes. We need to find some sort of evidence that shows this speech was pre-recorded. Alright, I believe we're ready. Let's roll the video. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking you for coming here today. The mock trial, the crown jewel event of the school festival, will begin shortly. When I was a student, I too could hardly wait for this day to come. Oh no, I had forgotten how long and boring his speech was. Wake me up once this is over. Hey, no fair. The experiences of our youth have a powerful and profound effect on our adults. You there, wake up. Pay attention. I'm awake. Isn't that right, Your Honor? What? I'm awake too. Wide awake, see? Once again, our pure white lady
Stream
justice.
elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
We'll be watching over all of you today. Pay attention and you may make a difference one day. Now let the mock trial begin. That is about it. One of my better speeches, if I do say so myself. I even saw some of our students with tears in their eyes. He's obviously not familiar with the phrase bored to tears. Listen, Sykes Donor, if you have subjected me to this epic study in tedium without purpose, Kaka will feast on your tongue after I've cut it out. But you were asleep the whole time. Well, Miss Sykes, did you notice anything strange about that speech? Could I please hear that last part again? Once again, our pure white lady justice will be watching over all of you today. There, I finally found what we needed. Professor Means, I have only one question about your speech. Why does that last part we just heard contradict with this?
Take that!
The professor said the pure white lady justice would be watching over them, but the lady justice in the video isn't even close to being white. It's as bold can be. I'm not sure I can wrap my jaw around that to test its authenticity. I didn't say it was made of gold, Your Honor. Now, it's true that the statue is pure white, but it broke before the mock trial began. The one you see here is its replacement. Oh well, that's a shame on every count. Ironically, this golden statue sticks out like a sore thumb compared to the white one, meaning the professor wouldn't have made a mistake in its color if he had been present. It seems that I have caused some confusion, but it was merely an oversight on my part. The statue was in the middle of the room. How could you not know what it looked like? Well, I was in a balcony seat. Furthermore, the statue had previously been white. I'm afraid this isn't sufficient evidence of the speech being pre-recorded. We had our answer long ago. The accused was the only one to leave the lecture hall. No, wait. There's got to be something that can prove that the speech was pre-recorded. According to the mock trial video, the speech started here and ended here. It was a little over 10 minutes, but I doubt anyone wants to be tortured again. It was only a little over 10 minutes. It felt like it went on forever. How did you figure out how long it was? Easy. There's a timestamp in the top right. All you have to do is subtract the time the speech started from the time it ended. The speech goes from the 10-minute time mark to 20:35. Wait a second. I could swear I've seen the same interval of time listed among the evidence. Maybe there's a way for me to use the speech time to show that was pre-recorded.
Take that!
I'd like the court to take a look at this. And this is the voice print analysis that proves the voice on the paper recorder belongs to our client. Yes, but didn't we just establish that the voice on the tape recorder was a fabrication? We did, but what I would like to focus on is the noise that is also there. Noise. Yes, the defense believes it resulted when the tape's previous recording was erased. And what do you hope to prove by that? The length of the noise is what's important. It's 10 minutes and 35 seconds in all. And what did the timestamp read at the moment Professor Means began his speech? That would be exactly 10. Now let's fast forward this long-winded exercise in boredom to begin. Okay, stop. The video timestamp now reads 20:35. Based on this, we know the time it took for the speech alone. Right. Subtract 10 minutes, you get 10 minutes 35 seconds. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. Right. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. The same as the noise on the tape recording. I assume y'all understand what this means. Professor Means' pre-recorded speech had been where the noise is now.
Silence!
You seem rather confident considering this is a mere happenstance match of numbers. But is it really just numbers? The lab is continuing their study of the tape. So far they found signs of overdubbing, but it's going to take a bit longer to recover the audio that was erased. The police are analyzing the noise as we speak. It won't be long until we know what was originally there. Now I'm sure of it. The professor was trying to create an alibi of the recording by pinning the crime on Junie. Well, he's not going to get away with it. Not on my watch. Miss Sykes, I believe you are well aware of my methodology. Even if Juniper were the perpetrator, I would vigorously defend her as per my word. And to that purpose I have offered to be her lawyer. Alas, look what's happened. All I stated are obvious deductions derived from evidence and testimony. Truth be told, I had no intention of testifying. I have been keeping quiet for Juniper's sake. But now that you cast this blame upon me, I have no choice but to reveal the truth. This doesn't sound good. I will now reveal the truth behind why I had to pre-record my speech before the mock trial. I, Professor Means, always say what I mean, and mean what I say by all means. The defendant came to me with what she said was very important, and by necessity, secret. She asked me to pre-record my speech and come to the audio room during the mock trial. Juniper confessed to the murder and asked that I get her declared innocent in court. She also said I had become an accomplice after losing my alibi due to the pre-recording. But when I said I'd protect Juniper, I meant it because it's a humane thing to do. Oh my, so you're saying the defendant threatened you? This has to be a lie. I mean, everything about it lines up too perfectly to be true. On this most consequential of occasions, let me be completely frank with you. Juniper has truly taken to heart my teaching that states the end justifies the means. I don't believe you. When she asked me to defend her, she said I must also prove her two friends innocent. Her two friends, the witnesses. Correct. Hugh O'Connor and Robin Newman. I was to ensure all three walked free. All three were to achieve their dream. That was the result Juniper was seeking, and she was even willing to threaten me, her own professor, to that end. You no doubt had high praise for her ruthless tactics. Yes, well, that is why I vowed to vigorously defend her, despite her threatening me. There was a time when lawyers merely sought the truth if they wished for victory in court. But alas, those days are over. Now, in the defense of justice, order, and all that is good, the end justifies the means. I am so sick of hearing that phrase. Though it truly grieves me so, I must tell you this. Forsake the truth of its victory you seek. Steel yourself for this new courtroom reality. That does it. He's gonna regret dragging those dismal, depressing ideas in here. Since he's already surrendered to the dark age of the law, it's up to me to fight it. Why so silent, Sykes Dono? Something the matter? This is a court of law. It's no place for long-winded talks about idealistic principles. That's why I'm going to let the evidence do the talking. Let's not get carried away now, Miss Sykes. It will not do that in attempting to discredit my doctrine. Do not force me to rectify this situation. No, go ahead and rectify it. Only if I lose and you win, that is.
Objection!
So let me get this straight. You are trying to help Miss Woods. That's nothing more than a bald-faced lie. No offense, Your Honor. Such defamation of my character and your hair follicles, Your Honor. It is an outrage. Miss Sykes will clarify her statement and leave my hair follicles out of it this time. Yes, of course, Your Honor. Now please take a look at this. The witness gave this tape to Mr. O'Connor. Then he slyly whispered, "Take this to the police and tell them you found it." There was no whispering, slyly, or otherwise involved. I simply did that out of kindness. The tape contained our client's voice. In short, it is incredibly damaging evidence. Why would it even exist if the witness wasn't trying to pin the murder on our client? They say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but not yours. You never had good intentions, only lies to protect yourself while blaming another. You, Professor, are the embodiment of the dark age of them all. Oh, why you fiddle? You dare call my teachings and methods lies. Venus Legal Academy is a proud institution. It's the most powerful in the world. You'll never forget what true education and lawyering means once I'm with you. Professor means, what's with your hair? Quiet, no talking in class. Eyes and ears up here, everyone. Homeroom is now in session. We will begin with roll call. Athena Sykes. Here. Apollo Justice. I'm fine. I mean, here. Cool. The proper response is here without any extraneous information. I mean, here. Next, Your Honor. Here. C class. That's the proper way to answer. Simon Blackquill. I said Simon Blackquill. Are you here or not? There's always one, isn't there? Well then I'll just mark you absent. Now get out of my class this instant. Get out. Very well, that is your wish. Who am I to defy my homeroom teacher? Is that such a good idea? Prosecutor Blackquill is free of his shackles. It just so happens I was a member of my high school's disciplinary committee. But is that really so shocking? Constabulary lapdog to teacher's pet. What a malleable mutt you are, full bright. Very good, Bobby. You just earned a gold star and a promotion to head disciplinarian. Alright, class is now in session. Why do I have the sudden urge to go to the nurse's office with a stomach ache? Pay attention. I am not the killer. Juniper is. This will be on the next test, so you had better be listening. But Professor, you created the phony tape to pin blame on Juniper. Plus, you were the one who could have moved the body during the mock trial. Athena, you disappoint me so. To think you would label me a murderer. Now pay attention. The murder occurred on the 23rd between 6 and 8 p.m. But I was already at home by that time. So how could I have been involved in this crime? Professor Means, can you really prove you had already gone home by that time? Can you prove that I was still at school? No. Yes, we can. So you admit it. Well, you just earned extra credit for your honesty. But you have also earned yourself laboratory cleaning duties until you graduate. I do enough of that at the office. No way, man. I totally object. Robin, I can't believe I fell for the Professor's silver-tongued lies. Why you? How dare you talk about your teacher like that? I'm not listening to you anymore. No way, no how. Now I have a confession to make. You know how those two statues that were on stage? I didn't make them all by myself. The statues on stage. Do I want to know where this is headed? I was able to finish one of them, but the last bell rang before I had time for the other one. So I asked Professor Means to make it for me. In other words, Professor was there on the stage after the last bell. Right, and it would have been way past 7 before he could have finished. Professor Means was still at school. This is incredibly important testimony. The professor told me I'll take care of it. I thought my parents would let me be an artist if I said I had made both statues myself. I'm so sorry for not telling the truth. Robin. Quick, somebody get this juvenile delinquent out of my sight. Simon, you're head honcho among the delinquents. Do something. And who's in charge of the class pet around here? Not interested, but if you want a class in swordsmanship, I'm your man. Of course, only real blades will do. No swords at school. All weapons will be confiscated. Nurse, where's a school nurse when you need one? Though it seems Saitono seeks a showdown, Professor. In which case you would do well to draw your staff quick as lightning. Very well, then I'll just have to prove my innocence myself. The real lessons begin in second period. Prepare to be served old school style. What does that? Never mind. Your testimony, please. Now pay attention. Robin took over half a day to complete one statue. I, however, finished most of the other statue between 7 and 8:30. The defendant Juniper saw the two statues with her own eyes at 8:30. Completing a statue so quickly meant I could not leave the stage for a single second. How could I have possibly had the time to go to the art room and commit murder? We're saying the defendant saw the finished statues. Precisely. She said so herself at the detention center yesterday. Her defense team was there and heard her say so too. Don't try to deny it now. That evening I went back to my dressing room to get something I had forgotten there. It was well after the last bell rang. I would say maybe around 8:30. That's when I noticed that both stage statues were finished. They were quite large and they were each covered with a white sheet, but I could tell. Right, the professor was there when that matter came up. Before I address the professor's charges, I have a question for Robin. How hard would it be to complete a statue like that in 1.5 hours? It would probably take me at least twice as LONG. So personally I think it would be incredibly difficult to finish in that short a time. That didn't exactly help our case, but he won't get off that easy. He's bound to stumble over his own slippery knees. Why were you in such a hurry? In the legal world, Your body is your capital. The early bird gets the worm. That's why I get to bed at 9 each and every night. And that's why I was working as fast as I could. I didn't want to miss my bedtime. Well, ready to concede I never left the stage? Well, Miss Sykes, do you accept the witness's claim? I've tried everything, but I still can't prove anything. I guess I concede. I couldn't hear you. Say it louder this time. I concede that Professor Means never left the stage. That's right, but what took you so long? I was there at the stage the entire time. I couldn't possibly have committed that crime. I'm not going to give up here. I'm afraid I have to side with the witness, Miss Sykes, and unless you have any further objections, I'll have to put this issue to rest. Not yet. The defense still has an objection. Athena, you thought of something? Well, as I said, not yet. Oh, so it's time for legal smoke and mirrors. Not yet, Athena. It's not yet time to quit. It's at times like these when it seems like there's no way out that you have to. Yeah, I have to turn the case upside down. Instead of focusing on whether Professor Means could have gone to the art room, I should focus on how he can commit murder without going there. It seems our young lady has a real bona fide idea. But I'll use any means necessary, even casting stones, if they'll distract her. Who brought the bird to school? Sykes, Dono, if I hear one word of your usual jib-jabber, I shall have your head. The murder occurred in the art room, yet the witness was on the stage. How do you propose? to fill the vast gap between these two key factors? If I accept the premise that the professor was on the stage the entire time, the only other answer is that we got something else wrong. Wait, that's it. Every last one of us made a huge mistake. We were totally wrong about the... If Professor Means was on the stage the entire time, then he must be the killer. Ridiculous. The defense has become utterly incoherent. No, it's just the murder wasn't committed where we thought it was. Continues Sykes Dono. Okay, the murder was actually committed here.
Take that!
The greatest riddle of this case has been how the body was moved from the art room. But if the murder occurred on the stage, that means the body was never moved at all. Silly girl. When the body was found, there wasn't a drop of blood on the stage floor. Surely there would have been some blood if that's where the murder was committed. There wasn't any blood on the stage. Really? But there was something on stage at the time of the murder that's now bloodstained.
Take that!
It's true there was no bloodstains on the stage floor, but there was something on the stage that did have a blood stain, and that would be this school banner. No blood would have gotten on the floor if this were under the victim when she was killed. Oh my, that's quite a compelling theory.
Silence!
What is it now? My theory makes perfect sense. That was a pathetic attempt. You must put every inch of your body into your attacks. The autopsy states the cause of death was loss of blood. Yet only a trace amount was found upon that banner. Where did the rest go? Blood getting on there when the body was moved by wire makes more sense than not. Very good, Simon. Tell me, what's your first choice for higher education? I'll write you the ultimate in recommendation letters. You're all but guaranteed to get in.
Objection!
Actually, the defense has something to explain that as well. You do. If there was only a trace amount of blood on the school banner, then there must have been something else the killer used to soak up the blood. All I have to do is figure out what. This is what soaked up most of the victim's blood.
Take that!
Why, it looks like there's some other piece of fabric on top of the school banner. It's the Diviner's banner that had been specially made for the school concert. Since it's on top of the school banner, the blood would have hit it first. It would have easily absorbed most of the blood like a dishcloth, and only a small amount would have soaked through to the school banner below. So it makes total sense for the school banner to only have a little blood on it. So that banner absorbed the blood like a dishcloth. Yes, that would explain it. The Diviner's banner was like a dishcloth. Surely it was at least a towel ball to you. Simon, don't just stand there, do something.
Silence!
Psych, Stoner, you are learning to wield a blade quite well, but how will you respond when it comes smashing at you like this? The remnant of a large bloodstain was detected in the art room, so why would there be blood there if the murder occurred on the stage as you claimed?
Objection!
The bloodstain in the art room was fake. How? I'll tell you how. All that was needed was something that could transport the blood upstairs. And that something was a piece of evidence we've just finished discussing. The killer used this to bring the victim's blood up to the art room.
Take that!
To think you would stoop so low as to present mere garbage to the court. It's only garbage because someone tried to destroy it by tossing it in the incinerator. That someone was most likely the killer seeking to get rid of crucial evidence. The killer used the wire to bring the blood-soaked Diviner's banner to the art room. Then the blood was wiped onto the floor to complete the ruse. It makes perfect sense. Order, order. This is quite a development. The body was never actually moved. Hold it right there. The body must have been moved. How else do you explain that loud crash you heard during the mock trial? If it wasn't caused by the body crashing into the statues, then what was it? I hadn't thought of that. If that loud crash wasn't the body hitting the statues, then what was it indeed? The knot in the school banner shows that something was carried along the wire in it. So if that's true, I know what I have to find. Something that was in the art room before the murder and then on the stage after. The object that was sent down the wire to crash into the statues was...
Take that!
that statue. Yes, I believe it was the statue that broke the other two, not Professor Fort's body. The unique statue you see on the right, that's the pure White Lady Justice from earlier. Professor Fort accidentally broke it while she was polishing it the day before the mock trial, but she used her own unique artistic sense and technique to repair it as you see here. Nobody would have guessed that was originally Lady Justice.
Silence!
Perhaps you are onto something, but why, pray tell, would anyone move that scrappy frog in such a tedious manner? Excellent question, Simon. Keep them coming. Okay, it looks like my alerts are quite well done, but thank you very much for the follow, Cat Streams. I hope you're having a fantastic existence, and I'm sorry that the follower vert was a little small there. I recently had to redo the banners and stuff. You know what, I'll just go ahead and stretch the screen, maybe that'll be fine. There we go. Maybe that'll be fine. That's one thing I don't know how to test, so we'll see, I guess. You know why, but the fact that you won't acknowledge it says how twisted you are. Lady Justice was moved during the mock trial. During that time, Professor Mead was fabricating an alibi with his pre-recorded speech. If we consider the facts, then Lady Justice was moved in order to... Professor Mead used his pre-recorded speech to fake an alibi during the mock trial. He wanted to make it look like he couldn't possibly have moved the body. Moving Lady Justice was his way of pointing us to the body and cementing his alibi. That's quite a persuasive argument. For a while there, I thought you weren't taking the trial seriously. Well done. You should never underestimate me, Athena Sykes. Professor Means always means what he says and says what he means by all means. Fine then, say it already. I'm waiting. The murder occurred the night before, but the body wasn't found until late the next day. Countless students passed the stage, so they met in the lecture hall for the mock trial. So answer me this, why didn't anyone see the body that entire time? That can be explained by... If the victim was murdered on the stage and left there, the body would inevitably have been discovered, and of course there was nowhere to hide a body upon that stage. This is not good, Athena. Our claim is this close to being beaten to a pulp. I know, but we've come so far. Consider yourself schooled. I couldn't have possibly killed anyone. The killer is none other than Judith Woods. It has always been, and it always will be. Just wait a minute. Poor Juniper. She must seriously regret having asked you to defend her. And to add insult to injury, you nearly had you convicted for murder. Surely you haven't forgot that little fiasco. Not only did you fail to defend your client, you also raised false charges against her friend. You have no right to call yourself a lawyer. Oh, thank you very much for the raid, friend. Welcome on in. I hope you guys are doing fantastic. My name is Jade. I am a unicorn turtle. We might be a little slow, but we get there eventually. Everybody has something special, after all, a little unicorn magic. Thank you very much for the follows. I hope your stream was fantastic. We're playing Apollo Justice, a visual novel sort of game where we're an attorney prosecuting crimes. Let's get this here typed out. There we go, right here.
Unicorn Turtle said. So Cat Streams 2000. Stream Elements said. Look who's decided to come swimming with us. This is their channel, https://www.twitch.tv/catstreams2000.
But if this trial proceeds in the same manner and ends the same way as the mock trial, Would you not lose everything you've worked so hard to gain? Well, I'll just have to make sure that doesn't happen then, won't I? Don't tell me I failed once again. Failed to save someone near and dear to me. I've worked so hard to become a lawyer and even studied psychology. Has it all been for naught? Am I just doomed to relive that all over again? We don't know what that is, by the way. They keep hinting at it, but I think that's going to be the final case, just like they did the first game, where they keep hinting at some super big trial. So I'm not sure what her baggage is, but it's some pretty big baggage it looks like. Athena, well, what's wrong? Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in. Relax, Athena, breathe. It's not working. Everything's going dark. After all I've done, this is how it ends. Forgive me, Junie. I couldn't protect you like I said I would. You leave Athena alone. She's the one who saved me. It was because of Athena that I could stop hiding and start living my life as a girl again. And she saved the friendship between Hugh, Juniper, and I. I think you're an awesome lawyer, Athena. One of the best. But I raised false charges against you. And that's not all. I've done some seriously unforgivable things. What's the big deal? False charges are nothing to be scared of. And I'm not even mad at you. I should really be thanking you. You used legitimate means to expose my wrongdoings and give me a chance to re-examine what's important. But what does it matter if I can't save Juniper? I mean, the whole reason I've come so far is... It's not over yet, Athena. Even now, at this very moment, I still believe in you. Jejuni, I know you better than most people, Athena, and I know you would never surrender to the dark age of the law like the professor did. Thank you, Junie. I feel like I can barely breathe. I don't know what to do.
Silence!
Stop your bleeding this instant. You look like an utter fool. Prosecutor Blackquill. There is one who awaits you, is there not? And that is the reason you have studied so very hard. Are you prepared to give up on all you have worked for thus far? It would not do to have to disappoint you, know who. You are wasting your time. You have nothing on me. No evidence or anything else to establish my guilt. You are helpless before the might of lawyers, for whom the ends justify the means. Don't worry, Athena, you're doing fine. The truth will always win against people like him. But Apollo, what am I supposed to do now? Listen, all you have to do is take a deep breath and look back over the entire case. If there's truth to be found, and there always is, you're sure to find it. Now let me see you smile. Remember what Mr. Wright said. The worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. Athena Sykes is psyched and ready to rock. Prepare for your utter defeat. Professor Court wasn't killed in the art room. She was killed right where her body was found. We know because there wasn't any time to move the body there from somewhere else. That means the body had to have been hidden somewhere on stage until it was found. Let's think along those lines and see where it takes us. First up, when did Professor Means remove the body from its hiding place? Well, let's see. What was he doing right before the body was discovered? He was using the span of time his fake alibi created to move the body to where it would be more easily spotted. Therefore, the only time Professor Means could have removed the body from its hiding place is it was during the mock trial specifically. Professor Means moved the body to an easily seen location during his long pre-recorded speech. The professor also moved something to the stage that wasn't there before. Specifically, during the mock trial, Professor Means wrapped the White Lady Justice in the skull banner and sent it zipping down to the stage with a crash, killing two birds with one stone. He drew attention to the body and made it look like the murder occurred in the art room. But was there anywhere to hide a body on that stage? It doesn't seem likely. No, there had to be someplace. Wait a second. How about something that should have been finished but was only mostly done? Something was used to cover the body up, but it didn't draw undue attention because it looked like it belonged there on stage. In that way, no one would suspect there was a body hidden inside. Bo was already on stage and capable of concealing a body. I know, the Mr. Right statue was never actually finished. The body was wrapped under some cloth to hide what was really inside, cleverly disguising it as the boss's statue. Miss Newman gave up on the right statue, yet Professor Means finished it in a single night. Yes, what an impressive feat that was. No, his so-called work of art deserves none of our praise. That's because it was only a facade to hide his real work, the murder of Professor Court. Come again? I'm afraid I don't follow. He hid the body by making it look like the statue of Mr. Right. But these bodies lapped under a piece of cloth and looked just like a statue. Whoa, what? I second that once. Now this is getting interesting. No, this is getting preposterous. How would such a thing even be possible? We'll never know until we try. I think I know where this is going. Okay, Apollo, time to turn me into a reasonable likeness of Mr. Right. I'm going to pose like the statue, like so. And now I want you to wrap me up in the cloth so that I look like a statue. I hate to ask the obvious, but where am I supposed to get this magical cloth? I'm afraid that isn't the right color, Mr. Justice. Well, given how sudden the request was, it's kind of the best I could do, Your Honor. Alright, I think that about does it. Well, what do you think, everyone? Do I look just like a statue of Mr. Right, or what? Looks like some random person to me, or if the statue's a pair of busts. Phoenix Wright has a spiky hair on the back of his head. Forget the hair, the statue's head is way bigger than the average person's anyway. You gotta hand it to me for trying anyway. Wait, that's it. The hands. Her arms are raised over her head and there are dark bruises around her wrists. The professor was probably tied up with something. The marks on her wrist indicated she had been tied up. Apollo, tie me up in a new pose. Wait, you're not into this kind of thing, are you? What? No. Besides, it was your idea. Are you into this kind of thing? No judging if you are, but I mean, just tell me how to tie your hands already. Professor Quart's wrists were tied together, and I can't help but think that's related. How should I arrange myself to match the shape I want, given where her hands were tied? Apollo, tie both of my hands behind my head. See, this makes it possible to take the spikes on the back of Mr. Wright's head. Sure, but then what about the statue's arm? With both arms behind your head, you can't exactly complete the pose. Yeah, it would be awfully hard to make the objection pose like this. I can't help thinking you've forgotten something, Athena. Something on the body that you don't have right now. What did the victim's body have that I don't?
Take that!
Oh right, there was an arrow sticking out of her side. Okay, Apollo, take that and plunge it into my side. Oh, what, are you crazy? Fine, then go get some duct tape. Rapido, Snell! Alright, I don't need to know what other languages to know bossy when I hear it. The fatal arrow to the side. Spiky hair created from two hands. A masterpiece in the making. Now cover me up with that cloth. So remember to make the arrow stand out, okay? Mommy, the arm's too short. Remember your indoor voice here. Nobody's buying it. The arrow's nowhere near long enough. But, what else could you use for the arm? Still won't give up? I must commend you, if only for your spirit and determination. Of course she's not giving up. After all she's put me through, she owes me an explanation, and one that makes sense. Now disappoint me again, and the penalty will be doubly painful. I guess I had better get right this time. Think, Athena, think. Professor Quart was murdered when she stopped by the stage to see Professor Means. If it wasn't premeditated, he must have used something close at hand in his little ruse. Apollo, show me those stage setup photos again. Like that? Right now? Okay, hold on. Please, 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 please be in this photo. It just has to be. The arm of the Mr. Wright statue is really this right here.
Take that!
Got it. I know what he used for the arm on the statue of Mr. Wright. This is absurd. There is no such thing in this photo. Don't play dumb with me, Professor. It's a staff you have right there. It's a staff. This is the spear of a great legal warrior. Whatever, just hurry up and mend it to me. The beat is perfect. Mr. Wright couldn't possibly object to such an awesome arm. Okay, go for it, Apollo. Sure, I'll give you your arm a hand. Cloth and binding coming right up.
Objection!
Oh, there you go, there you go. It's Phoenix Wright. Look, it's a famous lawyer. That's definitely him. I would know that pose anywhere. We did it, didn't we? Well, am I not the spitting image of the legendary Phoenix Wright? The man who will bring us out of these dark ages and into an era of brilliant golden light. Golden light, all I see before me, is the pink specter of a man. That's just because Mr. Wright likes his statue. He's positively tickled pink. Get it, Apollo? He's tickled pink. That joke deserves a pink slip. It seems the gallery is quite impressed with the defense's sharp thinking, and the witness. The resemblance is nothing more than a coincidence.
Objection!
Not so fast there, Buster. Unfortunately for you, I can prove my theory. To prove that his spear was thrust into the victim, all I have to do is test the spear for blood. We had assumed the victim's jagged wound came from the arrow being forcibly shoved in. But if the wound was from this spear instead, then we should be able to detect traces of the victim's blood on it. Your Honor, a brief recess, if you will. By any means possible. What if I get rid of my spear? Wait, what if I burn it? If I do that, I'll be found innocent. Yes, I'm innocent, I tell you.
Objection!
Surely you don't expect us to take lectures from you now. Now I ask you in the gallery. Help me decide the professor's fate. Prosecutor Blackwell, what has become of our witness Aristotle Means? It is as Sykes Stoner suspected. Blood was detected on his staff. He has admitted to this heinous crime. All of it. He shall join us in the clink tomorrow. His teaching skills can be put to good use there. Great. He'll teach felons that the end justifies the means. So much for rehabilitation. Can I ask what the professor's motive was? I could barely make out a word he said on account of his shattered teeth. One of Blackwell's fellow inmates was once a surgeon. Why not a former dentist too? I eventually had him put pen to paper. It turns out Professor Means was the one taking bribes. The victim had suspected him after a report from the class snitch. That led her to question him at least the day of the killing, right there on that stage. The result? A heinous crime that was brought before this court. The fool, like Newman, had come to know of the script's contents via the victim's note. It seems he came up with a plan to stab the victim with her own all in order to make the killing look like the one in the script, and thus frame the defendant. But that scrap of paper with Hugh's name had the same mark as Professor Quart's planner. Yes, about that. Those planners are bestowed upon all students graduating at the top of their class. Really? So then, indeed, once upon a time Professor Means was also awarded the same notebook. The handwriting is being analyzed now, but like as not, the scrap belonged to him. This too was evidence of the bribery scheme that the victim had obtained. Know that Constance Court was clean, and that only Aristotle Means took the bribes. To think a professor would murder a colleague, then try to pin it on a student. If this is a dark age of law, then we can only hope that a brighter future awaits. And the first step is to hand down my verdict for a promising young lady. This court finds the defendant, Juniper Woods, not guilty. I wish you all the best on your road to becoming a courtroom judge. We will need young people like you if we ever hope to restore the law to its former glory. Yes, Your Honor, I'll work as hard as I can. Maybe one day I'll be able to work with all of you to make a difference. Proudly serve Professor Quartz's memory. Do not let her death be in vain. That's the last thing I expected to hear from him today. Court is adjourned. Thank you, Tina. I really mean it. It was nothing really. I can take the biggest tangled mess of a case and unravel it just like that. I dunno, you look pretty round up there at the end, literally and figuratively. You look pretty hungry for a knuckle sandwich, Buster. I I wanted to thank you too, Apollo. Don't mention it. The way you were always there for Athena when she was in a bind, and at the detention center, where your smile gave me hope when there was none. It was like the warm rays of the sun shining down on peaceful woodlands. I think you're an absolutely amazing person. Thanks, Juniper. That means a lot to me. I still have lots of work to do, and I can't wait until we see you on the judge's bench. I promise you I'll get there someday. That's why until that day, I'll... Guys, I've got some big news. I mean, this is huge. Oh, am I interrupting something? No, it's okay, I think. So what's the big news? The school festival. It was supposed to have been cancelled after what happened, but we just got a call in memory of Professor Cross's support, who worked so hard to make it happen. The festival is being extended an extra day until tomorrow. Really? Alright.
We've got a special treat for all of you. A love letter for Themis Legal Academy. Achtung, baby. It's time for the Guitar Serenade.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
That was so much fun. School festivals are amazing. I think you and Robin are getting a little carried away. Your singing voice, Juniper, it could melt my HEART. Mr. Wright, thank you for that training seminar. Just remember, the objection pose is all about attitude. Congrats on your mock trial win, although Robin had you for a while there. I did, didn't I? I'm just glad we're back to how we used to be, thanks to Athena. And you know what? I think I'll stick with becoming a prosecutor after all. I'm going to make up for my mock trial loss by winning the real deals in court. Mock trial loss. What loss? Wait, did they reprise the trial and she won? Level-headed lawyer, course genius, and hot-blooded prosecutor, course student will go head-to-head in a mock trial battle for the She-Devil's Black Card. So, does this mean it's really going to happen? Juniper, there's something I've been wanting to say to you. Is he going to do what I think he is? Juniper, can we still be friends? You know, best friends like we've always been. Best friends. Hugh, weren't you going to profess your love for Juniper if you won the mock trial? No, I was going to confess. that I'm not a genius and that I'm really 25 years old, but you already dragged it out of me during the trial. Listen here, you too, Robin, Miriam. But me too? Miriam's got this tactical espionage action stuff down to a science. I've been thinking, it's up to us to put an end to the dark age of the law if we can. Let's all work together to usher in a new age where winning only results from the truth, and the end never justifies the means. Count me in. I wouldn't have it any other way. Best friends forever. No matter what anyone says, nothing beats true friendship. That being said, you guys need to make Miriam a bracelet too. Please don't forget to make Miriam a bracelet. You bet. And what about your BFF Apollo? Aren't you a bit old to be using that word? But yeah, he's the best friend a guy could have. Which reminds me, we're supposed to meet up and gossip about the new girl in the office. Hey, no talking about me behind my back. So what kind of guy is he anyway? Well, if I had to describe him in one word. And so, after some slight arm twisting, Apollo promised to bring me to meet his friend. Unfortunately, that promise was never meant to be fulfilled. For not long after, their friendship was mercilessly severed by fate. Oh no! And the bonds between us began to fray and unravel as well. Sorry, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. Even now, those words continue to ring in my ears. The discord in our ever-cheerful Apollo's voice made him sound so cold and distant. Why, Apollo? Why? Why would you leave us all behind? The courtroom bombing incident, a terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Ted Funade was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow I can't help but think that there's a darker influence at work. one that's lurking in the shadows waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. The Cosmic Turnabout.
One hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
Come in at 2. Come in. Do you copy?
Time for another trial to begin, but this one is different. Sorry to bother you, but... Are you alright, Apollo? Was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my chores of steel exercises. Now I'm all ready to go. Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you'll be just fine. I brought you a present from my garden. Okay, so this is the day before the bombing, when she gives him the lotus root. So this is the day the bombing happens. Is this a lotus root? That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and... Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now. Oh my. Kinda tough though. You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try. If she didn't think me weird before, she will now. I've gotta calm down. Apollo, I'm sorry I'm late. Hi, Tina. Junie, I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it, you sly little thing, you. Athena, stop. I don't have a crush on him. Don't expose me, Kiki. Quit kidding around, Athena. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo, Apollo. When will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. This is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Sol Starbuck. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and friendly person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. We would ask about space travel and he would launch into a story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but I was supposed to be in space right about now. He's so depressed it almost seems like an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that, don't stop believing. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Turan, I can't believe he was murdered. I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. He was a good guy, always there to pick me up when I was down. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him? I've never seen Mr. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. Well, what is it? What's with the yelling? I'll get to the bottom of this today. You'll see. And in exchange, I want you to go back into space for you and Clay. Promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Well, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I would have liked, thanks to the police. I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was going to soar like a comet, but I'm just going to crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you've got to keep going. And what about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo. The trial is about to begin. If the defense would please proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I can't afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice. Yes, Your Honor. What happened to your eye? I'm fine. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Are you sure? I don't. I'm fine, Your Honor. The defense is ready. I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age. Very well. And the prosecution? The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. The prosecution is now ready. Well, it didn't take them long this time. What's up with Black Quill? Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence!
I'll do it. You will. Well, what an unexpected surprise. This time I can't leave it to anyone else. I see. Something is off with the two of you today. You both seem different somehow. Very well, Prosecutor Black Quill. Your opening statement, if you would. It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, a famous federal research faculty of all things related to astrology, right? Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there, but at 9:28, before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated and the launch was cancelled. My word, 2 bombs, how dreadful. The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever inane reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in. Solomon Starbuck. I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut? Correct, Your Baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the HAT-1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, his mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend. I remember now. He's becoming something of an international celebrity, right? They even turned that incident into a movie and everything. We've got a real space pioneer in court today. Even heroes tumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand. Yes, the victim was one Mr. Clay Turan, a subordinate of the defendant. Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor. Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing? Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant, and so he was sent not into space, but to the universe which we mortals cannot see. Clay. I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there's one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand. What purpose does it serve exactly? Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin. Have mercy on me. I mean, it is a coffin. It is a coffin, as we know from the very first case of this game. It's just not the judge's coffin. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we have no choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time. I feel like I just lost 50 years off my life. Does he even have 50 years? Athena. Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Bobby Fulbright's name and justice we trust. I'm curious. No, it doesn't say. I was curious if the judge had a profile, because the profiles tell you how old they are. Bobby Fulbright's name and justice we trust. Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of this incident to the court, if you would. On it. First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you'll find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. Here we are. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building, Take a look at this cross-section that we police have created. See the launch pad and the main building? The launch pad is a square building, and the rounded structure is the main building, right? You got it. The incidents took place in Launch Pad 1 and in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony. It'll make it easier to understand. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off, boom boom. One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in Launch Pad 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in Launch Pad 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge. But after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. A murder on top of a bombing. Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct? Yup. Thinking he would sabotage the bombing, the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Just look at this tragic photo. Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest? Yes, Your Honor, it's a knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it though, because the defendant was in his space suit. By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and white glove absent in this photograph? We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. Yes, it would be very difficult to identify him without a face or fingerprints. Now, there's just one more thing I would like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo? Something so important to the victim, he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case. I see. So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the second floor. But where was the bomb that was in Launch Pad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record. The trial's just started and we're already in a bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the 2 astronauts were doing during the bombing, that'll be the key.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down, but the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. I would go to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is, but I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Dono. What did he decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at that time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators and the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security cameras and whatnot were running on emergency backup. And how did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically wished people down to the Space Center's basement shelter. The basement shelter. Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. An emergency shelter. Here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. The Space Center's pretty impressive to have its own shelter. The power outage and evacuation seem unrelated to the murder at this point. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So there were 2 explosions in total, correct? That's right.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged a rocket he was going to board with explosives. What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plant the bomb on his own rocket, he would get caught in the explosion as well. I hadn't thought of that. Fine. A simpleton for a simpleton. Fool, right. The motive. Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia. Astrophobia? What's that? A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute. That's absurd. Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these. What are they? These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possessions. Apparently, he was taking them in secret to quell his fears. There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Rumor has it threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck. But that doesn't mean he would go so far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? No, not after the media had branded him Sol Starbuck, Space Pioneer Extraordinaire. Given these conditions, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally, he constructed this act of sabotage in the attempt to blow up the Space Center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the 2 of them? It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those 2. Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
The notion of a third party in Launchpad 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are a precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device. It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center. Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo. This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock. Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through. I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday? Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Osmos. Then doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch. Besides having an alibi, he has no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can't be considered a suspect then.
Hold it!
And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were 2 of them. The Space Center director. Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. One of them was a detective. Detective Arm specializes in bombings, you see. She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. Two witnesses, and one of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me. I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck would have carried out this crime. What little I could get out of him only hurt my case. Justice Dono, foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this. What is it? Footage from a security camera as the two astronauts emerge from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape. Now I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering. What you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim. What? Order, I say. This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting. I should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. Apollo. How exactly did they determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at that point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Turan was still alive here, and that Mr. Starbuck was helping him? Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eyed pothead in a dilbert, but it only makes use of the victim's dead body. What do you mean? Fool, right? Explain it to Justice Dono. You got it. Ready, kid. If the murder had occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all, by doing it while they were alone in the spaceship. That's a horse of a different color. But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
Your assertion is based on emotion. It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple, but you have no logical explanation as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking sound and sound logic. Those sounded perfectly logical to me. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close. Objections. Well,
Hold it!
Your Honor, the defense requests a little time to think and regroup. Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need. What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me. If it isn't the defense stalling for time, as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time. You have 5 seconds. For 5 seconds. After that, I declare this cross-examination to be closed and a verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. Ready? We don't have time. Spit it out, Gina. Only 3 more seconds. But look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something missing, like they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. You're right. I think I know what you're talking about. Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice. Is there anything about the prosecution's argument you'd like to rebut? Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There's something the prosecution has yet to make clear to this court. Well, if you put it that way. What is it that the prosecution has failed to explain? They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge? That's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thoughts on that yet. That's because they have none, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical? The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong? Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice. The defense proposes that the defendant didn't kill the victim. He was helping him. Fool, right? Explain it for our sad friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Spaceboy moved the victim. They've gotta be joking. It's simple. Mr. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera so there would be a record. At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds, saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see, yet the true ending is that all traces of his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, and now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion, the third explosion. What are you talking about? There was no third explosion.
Silence!
Indeed, you are correct, but that is thanks to Detective Arm. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin beside the witness stand. That would be a bomb transport case. Although it doesn't actually contain a bomb, it actually contains Arm's corpse. But, more on that tomorrow, because it is 1800, friends. And that is what time we end, unless of course someone redeems the point redeemed, or shells out money to my waitress. Anyway, see you tomorrow, friends. Stay safe. And thank you very much for the raid, Cat Streams, and for all the follows.